So, Mr. Benga, you're here. Mr. Benga, Oluwagbenga Ajewole. Hello, can you hear me, Mr. Benga?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Hi,
Very,
Adidam.
very
Thank you.
All right.
good.
Damola, just before you introduce and hand over to the trainer, yeah, it's always a pleasure to have everyone in class. And I love to see, I always see in class, I always see Abiodun. Yeah, Abiodun is always in class. Did I see Marvin in class last weekend? Okay, so let's do it this way. If you're joining for the first time today, because we have some new persons who registered for this course within this week. So that means they weren't in class last week, Saturday. So I would like to hear or see those people who are new in class today. So if you just registered, within the week, and this is your first time in this class, please indicate in the chat room, say yes, first time. Yes, first time. Yes, first time. Let's see. If you are joining just for the first time. So let's see, yes, first time in the chat room. And every time I talk about the African time syndrome, okay, and I don't know how we're going to deal with this, right? But we hope that people would really turn up on time for classes so we don't have to drag and drag. Okay, so I'm assuming that everybody so far on the call were with us last week, Saturday. Okay, that's good. So you're all welcome to class. It's a beautiful Saturday morning over here. And I know it's a beautiful Saturday morning wherever you are joining us from. Oh, Marvin from Nairobi. It's good to have you on the call all the way from Nairobi. Okay. Yeah, for those who are just joining in, we had asked to know where you're joining us from. The numbers are gradually increasing. We would love to know where you're joining us from. So if you just joined now, please chat in the chat room and tell us where you're joining us from. Just tell us where you're joining us from. If you're just joining the call now and you've not introduced yourself, tell us, okay. Bade from Lagos, great. Thank you for joining us. It's good to have you in class this morning. Okay. Yes, let's get your introductions. Yes, if you're just joining us, joining us from. Okay. All right, we are actually gradually waiting for others to join the call, actually. Right. Okay. Just a minute, please. Right, Emmanuel from Lagos, yes. So if you have your worked already in the community, especially from Telegram, so if you have other people who are supposed to be in class and they have not yet logged on, you can feel free to call them. All right. That we have started today's class. Today's class is very important that everyone is here. And I mean, for the cybersecurity side of things, It's is a session that we don't want anybody to miss out, because going forward, if you have missed out from any of the classes, it will be difficult. It may be difficult for you to, to follow through, even though you would have to watch the records later on. But then it's always better to be in class, present in class while the classes are going on. Okay. All right, so we wouldn't want to keep everybody waiting. We will kick off already with today's session. So ladies and gentlemen, let's put a round of applause in the chat room as we welcome the trainer for today, Olubenga Ajewole. All right, let's put in the chat room a round of applause. Thank you so much for being with us this morning. I mean, it's always busy for you, but then you're with us here in class today. So thank you very much. Let's put a round of applause in the
Thank
chat
you for
room.
having me.
Okay, so Benga, you can take it up from here, please.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me, Madam Idiot. Okay. So let me introduce myself again. My name is Olubenga Ajewole, right? And I will be your instructor for today. Okay. So today, what we're going to be looking at is computer thinking and computational thinking rather, and design reusability, right? So before we start, I want to meet everybody. Okay. So I will just, call your name randomly on the call. You react in the chat, you know. And I will also be needing a class captain, right? Because I need to hear you, right? So please, Adedamola, can maybe after we choose a class captain, can the person unmute, will be able to unmute and mute their mic whenever they want to speak? So is that
Yes,
possible?
yes, that's possible. That's very possible.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Nice to meet you, Abdul Latif, Marvin, Honesty, Temi, Okeke, Bade, Emmanuel, Anastasia, Richard, and Ink Baton. Did I get that right? Ink Baton? Did I get that right? Ink Baton, are you there? Okay. All right. All right. All right. Okay. So please, can anybody confirm that they are in an area where it's quiet and you're with your PC? Can anybody confirm that? I need a number of people to confirm that, please. That you're in an area and okay, Richard. Nice. Okay. So now let's go with Richard. All right. Abiodun. But let's go with Richard and Abiodun, right? So you are with your PC and you are in a quiet environment. Very important. Okay. So we'll go with Richard and Abiodun. Please. I can ask them to unmute their mic anytime I want to ask a question. And I mean I can even ask anybody to, but maybe majorly these people, right? So thank you for today. All right, let's get to the item of the day, which is computational thinking and design reusability. So before I start, we'll be using some few tools. Let me put their URL in the comment section, right? We'll be making use of few tools. We'll be using lucidchats.com. Do I get that right? Okay. This is not. I'll be showing us. Let me just show it to us, right? I'll show it to us on the call. So computational thinking, please, can anybody confirm what they understand by computational thinking? Right? There is a misconception when it comes to computational thinking. when you use the word computational thinking, I don't want to say the misconception. I just want to hear people's opinion, right? Abiodun, what do you understand by computational thinking, please? Abiodun, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What do you understand by computational thinking, please?
Uh, Let me just put it this way. Computational thinking is something like, let's say, when when someone is trying to, let me use a human being as an example. Can I use human being as an
Okay.
example?
Of course. Go ahead,
Like
please.
now, maybe I have more things to do, so I will be able to access myself like this is what I want to do next. Like I won't make much error about what I want to do. Like I'll go straight to that. This is the next thing I'm supposed to do. I think that's what
Okay.
I understand.
The next thing I'm supposed to do. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay. Richard, can I hear you speak? What do you understand by computational thinking? You see, you don't even need to like go too much.
It
All right. I just want
simply
to. Okay. Go ahead.
it simply means the way computer add things together and perform task that is given to it. That is
Thank you. That is what you understand as computational thinking, right?
yeah.
Okay. So first thing I want to highlight is that computational thinking, it is not thinking like computer. Hi, good morning, Peter. That's the first thing. That's the misconception. When you see computational thinking, and then you're like, is how computer think? No, it's not thinking like a computer, right? Computational thinking is your ability to break down complex problem, right? Big problems into smaller tasks. All right. Computational thinking is what you do every day, but you don't know, right? Because nobody tell you that okay, this is what you're doing today is computational thinking. I mean, you registering for this course, this particular course that you are on right now, is computational thinking. You will ask me how that is a computational thinking, right? So there's a problem, a bigger problem, right? So before you register, you notice that okay, I have a problem. Oh, you not have a problem, but sorry. I know our Nigeria mindset and all of that, African mindset, once you say, so like there's a problem. Let me go with that. There's a big problem, and then you want to solve it. Maybe you are out of school, maybe you're trying to get into university, and then you come across Transformation College, or somebody told you about Transformation College, right? And then you're here in our diploma class, right? That is what you've solved. There's a problem. You want to gain an admission. That is a bigger problem. But how do you go about it? So you took a step towards getting an admission, which is with Transformation College. Okay, so you've broken a bigger problem, which could have been a bigger problem, you going back and forth, writing jam again and again, and whatever means of assessment they used to in any country you are, right? And maybe you need to gain additional skill. Maybe you want to upskill yourself, your skill right now. But you're thinking, okay, I feel like software development and cybersecurity is a way I want to go, right? That is a problem. You want to upskill yourself. And then you're like, okay, how can I do that? Then you break it down. Let me attend this course, right? Let me register for this course. That is you breaking that problem down. Now, you have not like completely solved that problem, but you've broken it down into smaller tasks that will make you solve that particular problem. Okay? So that is what computational thinking is. It's everything we do day to day. When you wake up in the morning, you're like, okay, what do I want to do? You have a full day, you have 24 hours, right, in a day. And then you're like, okay, what should I do with this day? The whole 24 hour, what should I do? What can I do with it? So how do you go about it? You break it down. Let me go and brush my teeth first. Let me go and take my bath first. Let me go and eat. Let me cook and eat. Right? Let me do this. Let me do that. That is you breaking complex tasks into simple, complex problem into simple, right? And you're taking it one at a time, right? Step by step. You're solving that problem step by step. So that is computational thinking. All right, let's go to what we have in the material because that is what we'll use as our guide. So I hope I was able to explain what computational thinking is because when we go into the terminologies, I don't want people struggling to understand what it means in essential. That's why I took my time to like break it down. So now let's go to computational thinking. What are we going to be looking at today? We'll be looking at computational thinking, architecting solution with adaptive design reuse in mind, evolving architecture into usable product. All right. So we'll be looking at modeling. Some of the tools we'll be making use of is what's it called? FigJam, which is Figma, right? We'll be making use of what's it called? Lucid Chart for our flow chart to show you how we can break this complex problem into simple task and all of that, right? So let's go ahead. Let's go ahead. So now I want to start with computational thinking. Let's understand what it is with this material. So should I let me present so that it will be more. Can everybody see my screen, please? I did not ask that. Can you see my screen, guys?
Yes, I can see your screen. I can see your screen.
All right, good. Thank you so much. And also, please, guys, I want everybody with their writing materials because you have to jot things down. This is you see what you're going into is software development. And in software development lifespan, right? In its scope, it encompasses a lot of things, right? Like we have the full stack development, we have the front end management, we have the front end development, we have the back end development, we have data engineers, we have software engineers, we have a lot of other things. But what do all of these people have in common? Wherever field you want to find yourself, even in the cybersecurity space, right? What do you have in common? You always face bigger problem with stakeholders. Now, stakeholders, I mean your line boss, maybe your manager, your general manager. All right, you'll be given a task to solve, a problem to solve every time. So how do you go about it? Right? This is where you need computational thinking, no matter where you want to end up in this field, right? You want to be a freelancer, you want to work remotely, you want to work full time with an organization, wherever you want to, you see yourself, right? You need computational thinking. This week, everybody need computational thinking. This is not just what's it called? This is basically not for software development, but we as a software developer, we need it like very much. We debug all the time, which people know as troubleshooting, right? And how do you write complex code? You write complex code by breaking them down into smaller codes, right? You visualize what you want to do, the steps you want to take. So, and you take them one at a time. So that's how you solve complex problem with just a computational thinking, right? So let's go ahead. Let me read this. We have computational thinking is a problem solving approach based on computer science principles. It involves breaking complex problem, those with more interrelated parts, into smaller manageable pieces, and they systematically finding and then systematically finding solution, right? Do you see this? Do you see this? Into smaller manageable pieces. It is very important. We break them into smaller and manageable pieces. Let me make use of my pen. Into smaller and manageable pieces, right? Smaller and manageable pieces. And even though some see computational thinking as an abstract idea, I will go to what abstract ideas are when we go to the component of computational thinking, right? Its main goal is to use various strategy and tools to tackle different issues. It acts as a bridge between understanding a problem and coming up with a solution that both computer and human being can grasp, right? So for us now as a software developer and a cybersecurity personnel, when it comes to um, computational thinking, we want to interact mostly with our computer, right? We want to tell computer to do certain things. But now you can't just get a problem, or maybe your stakeholder, right? The line manager I talked about, ask you to build a an e-commerce website for their organization, right? And it's something that they have not been using. It's a product you're just about to come up with. That is a problem, right? And what do you need for that to solve that problem? You need to, firstly, you need to understand that problem, right? And the second thing you have to do is to get the product they want to sell, understand the scope and vision of the company, why they want to look into e-commerce. So all of these things, computational thinking will help you to collate all of this, what's it called? All of these questions together and break them down into smaller. I mean, you see e-commerce websites, and we start breaking it down into smaller and manageable pieces, right? Now, computational thinking serves as an intermediary that helps us to read complex problems, formulate solution, and then express those solutions in a manner that computer, human, or a collaboration of both can implement. Okay, so discard. All right, I want to go ahead, and I don't want to next from there because I want to. There's a lot of talk here. I want to go into doings. I want to show you workings, right? That is the important part, and that is why you need to be with your PC right now and to jot things down. It is very important, right? Please, are you there, class? Is everybody still with me?
Yes, I'm still. We're still with you here.
Very important. Okay, thank you so much. Who is that? Is that Richard?
Yes, I will with you.
Okay, Abiodun, thank you so much. Okay, all right. Okay, so now let's go ahead.
PC.
So in the uh, is that Abiodun? Who is that? Okay. So now in this diagram, the main component of computational thinking that we have, right, commonly used are decomposition, we have pattern recognition, abstraction, algorithm. This generalization is, you know, it's tagged with pattern recognition. So they are together. Is either you use pattern recognition or you use generalization. We'll go to that. You understand this, all these things step by step. We have evaluation, we have modeling, and we have simulation. So the one that is commonly used are decomposition by software developers and cybersecurity experts. They use decomposition, they use pattern recognition or generalization. We use abstraction, we use algorithm, and we use modeling. Also, I will want to add, it is not here, I want to add debugging. You can write troubleshooting or the slash debugging. Please note that down. All right. When we go into that, I'll show you some line of code where you see how we debug a system, we troubleshoot a system. It is, let me tell you something. These things, when you break a complex problem into smaller, smaller tasks, then you see that all these things are like, this thing is not even difficult, right? Python code looks like, I mean, you must have all heard of Python before, right? Right, everybody? React in the chat if you want
Yes, sir.
to.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
very good. And
yes, sir.
okay, and the first interaction with Python code, you're like, hey, right? Like, what was your expression? I want to get that. What was your expression when you heard of Python and when they tell you you'll be learning Python? Abiodun, you can speak. Okay. Can people still hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, sir.
Yes, we can hear,
Okay.
sir.
So, what was your expression when you first heard of Python?
Ah, I was like, I think there is a snake that is bearing python. I was thinking, what is snake they do for food?
Yeah, that happens too sometimes. Yeah, that's right. So you see, these are what's it called? Starting out as a developer, then you'll be like, omo, it is difficult to Python. No, they say Python is difficult. Everybody will tell you that Python is difficult. But you see, Python is like the most understandable, the most readable language in programming language. And why it's that is because when you break things down using computational thinking, you understand these programs more better. You can relate with them more better, right? You understand them more better than any other languages, like any other languages you choose to use at all, anything at all you want to use, even to the UI interface and all of that, people GUI and all of that, right? So, um, Josiah, welcome, Josiah. It's good to have you here. All right, let's go to the Now, I want to use something relatable before we use a programming language or anything to explain this, because I want to get us familiar with these languages, right? We will see from the live perspective, like the visualization, the common day-to-day activities perspective, and then we see from a programmer way to the computer perspective, all right? So now I have to tell you something, guys. I have a truth to tell you. You see, I know how to cook. I can cook like I'm a very good cook. But I have a problem. I can't make one Indomie. One noodles, right? One noodles, like just single one. I don't know how to. I mean, I can make three, four, five, but when it comes to one, just one, putting one on fire, one Indomie on fire, I cannot. Right? Because I always mix up the water quantity. Is it that it is too much? Is it that it is not enough? Is it that there's too much seasoning? Is it that there is no seasoning? Is it that there is there shall be a problem with this one noodles I'm trying to cook, right? So I made the conclusion that I don't know how to cook Indomie, right? I generalize it, but which I know how to. When you give me like three, two, four, Indomies to cook, right? So, but now, how do I solve this problem with computational thinking? How I went about the problem with computational thinking, right? So I won't be showing you my own chart. We will be creating chart together. I will need your input, your ideas. All right. So this will be a very interactive section where we use decomposition to solve my problem. The problem, which is one node, and we use a pattern recognition, right? We use abstraction, we use algorithm, pattern recognition with generalization, and we use modeling. We can use modeling when we get to Python, the programming language script and all of that. All right. And for debugging, we'll use that for the programming language. We will not be debugging Indomie. Okay. So now let's go ahead. Let's understand what is decomposition. All right. So now decomposition is breaking complex problem into smaller and manageable parts, right? It's like you have a piece, a Lego piece. Do you know Lego piece? What can I use? What can I use? What can I use? What can I use? Okay, you have a pen, right? You have a pen, a writable pen, something you can write with, a pen, right? And pen has one cover at the top. Pen is a full structure. It has cover at the top. It has ink inside. It has one mouth, something when you want to dismantle everything. All right. So now see one full pen as a problem, as a complex problem. Now you want to break that problem down into smaller and manageable parts. And how do you go about it? You start by removing the cover. That is one piece, right? That is one part. You remove the ink, the ink bottle inside of it, right? That is another part. You can remove one round cover that is at the end of the pen as well, right? You can remove that one. And the shell that the pen is inside, you remove that one too. You've dismantled this complex problem. Now we're using pen as an example. Don't forget, you've dismantled this what's it called, this pen into smaller, smaller and manageable parts, right? So that is the composition, you breaking things into the smallest and manageable parts. Okay, we will start with the composition, then we'll look into pattern recognition and generalization, right? So we have pattern recognition is organizing and analyzing data to identify patterns that help solve problems, right? It's just basically what it means, pattern recognition. You recognize that, okay, I think I've seen this problem before, so that you can reuse it. You identify a pattern that, oh, I've seen this problem before. In my case, the Indomie case, one noodles case, right? Let's say I want to now do that problem again. Maybe I want to now cook two Indomie, right? Now I've made a solution from I've gotten a solution from cooking one Indomie. So cooking two Indomie won't be the problem, right? Making two Indomie won't be a problem because I've already broken this down. I've had a breakthrough when it comes to making one Indomie. Then cooking the two Indomie, I'll be like, oh, nice. I mean, I understand now. I can just use times two of this water to cook my two Indomie, right? Which will give me the same result I want because it is two before I'm using one, right? And at times one by two, or maybe let's say I can use two of that water quantity to cook my. And when it comes to three Indomie, I'll know that okay, I'm using three of that water, four of that water, two of that seasoning, half of that seasoning. Do you understand? So that's pattern recognition. You recognize pattern. So now abstraction is you removing with what they have here, we have simplifying complex system by repeating them through model and simulation. But abstraction is you removing uh, 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 things that are not really important to your problem solving, to the problem you're solving rather, right? You're removing you like the color of the pot, for an example, in my one noodles problem, it is not important, right? But in my decomposition, I captured it that it is important. The color of the pot I want to use. Is it the type of the pot even? Is it non-sticky pot? Do I want to use frying pan? Do I want to use all these things? Right? I capture them in my decomposition. But when I go further with computational thinking and I want to use a component which is abstraction, I will understand that it is not really necessary. I can use any pot, right? We have automation is basically you automating a repetitive task, you make it automated, right? Algorithms are you making lists, right? You want to have a list that, okay, what I need is two cup of water. What I need is one seasoning, right? You writing them down. A, I need two cup of water. B, I need an Indomie. I need one Indomie. C, I need a pot. D, I need a. You listing all of these things down, they are algorithms, right? You're aligning them to how you want them to go, right? The steps you want to follow to accomplish your task. Okay. So solution, implementation, and generalization. Generalization is when I joined, I said pattern recognition or generalization. In that concept, what I meant is that generalization, I mean, pattern recognition is like recognizing that this I've used it before. Now, generalization is you knowing that this problem, it's work for this, then it should work for this. I mean, they are more alike in that nature. You recognize a pattern that okay, I've used this before. It should solve this problem. And generalization is it works for this. Definitely, it should work for this. All right. Are you guys still there? Are you with me? Are you taking note of things?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right, let's go ahead, please, so that we can go into the item of the day. Now, abstraction, analyzation, and all of that. Now, let's go into the. So, this is what we'll be talking about in computational thinking, and I will want to. I'm a person of doings. I don't like too much, but we have to talk so that you can understand the whole concept, right? So, when we get to visualization, visualizing things, and decompositioning things, you can understand that, oh, okay, yeah, this is what I said in this part of the class, right? This is why it is like this, all right? Which we will still go back and reiterate on. Okay. All right, let's go. Let's go to the. So everybody, I want you to open your PC and check for Lucid Charts. That is what we'll be using. That is the tool we'll be using in this class. So this is what, when you search Lucid Charts on Google, click on the first pop-up. Are you seeing this, guys? Okay. Does anybody have? I'm not with my PC currently, sir. Oh, Peter, please, are you taking notes? I believe this meeting is recorded, and it is very important, Peter, you take note of all of these things, right? Because at the end of this class, I'll be giving us what's it called? I'll be giving us this what's it called? Assignment that we have to do. Okay. So and we have to submit it before the next class. Okay. And the way I want you to put your assignment is on GitHub. I'll show you what GitHub is as well, how you can get your login credentials, how you can sign up and register an account with GitHub. You in a life scope of a software developer or a cybersecurity, you need a place, a repository to collate all your findings, right? So that you don't forget them, so that you can go back and reuse. You see, when you ask me, whenever a client asks me or any stakeholder asks me to come up with a landing page, what's it called? A login page. I don't go about, okay, I'll now start writing it from scratch. I mean, I have all of this code. I can easily reuse them, right? Manipulate them to fit the client's need, right? So that is why we need to like document things on, and with what we'll be doing today, we'll be using GitHub to document anything that we want to do. All right. So I don't know why I'm on Abiodun. Let me go to meeting group. Okay. All right. So I'll put all of this in the chat room. So you want to go to Lucid Chats. You want to go to Lucid Chats. Let me send this. Right. You want to go to GitHub. First thing first, you open an account. Peter, you can open an account as well on your phone. GitHub, you can open an account, GitHub account on your phone right now, right here. Okay, on your phone. For this, you don't need but for the visualization, you need your PC. I mean, as a developer, you should always work with your PC. So we'll be using Figma as well for our modeling, right? Very important. We want to visualize our findings, what we've used computational thinking for, right? So let's go ahead. Okay, I'm still copying GitHub. No, it's Figma I want to copy. All right. So these are the tools we'll be using in this class today. All right. So Figma will be using FigJam. FigJam help us to have a low fidelity. All of these things, I'll talk about them very soon. So you don't bother yourself with a lot of details like that. Okay. So let me go ahead and start with decomposition. What we're starting with is decomposition. All right. We want to decomposition my problem, which is what? I cannot make one Indomie. All right, I want to break this down. Then we go into looking into what's it called? The programming scripts, how that works with programmers and all of that, right? But we have to understand this with a real life scenario first. Okay, now it asks me to continue. What you have to do for Figma, no, let's start with Lucid. Before we want to start with decomposition, we want to look at pattern recognition, we want to look at generalization, we want to look at algorithm, and we want to look at which other one is that? We want to look at abstraction. Okay, so with Lucid Chat. Okay, so when you go to Lucid Chat, what you have to do is sign up an account. You can click on this, sign up free, right? You click on sign up free, pop something out. It says sign up for free or login, right? But now we want to scroll down. Me, for easy sign up and all of that, I don't want to be going back and forth in my what's it called, email address to verify. So I want to go with Google. I click on Google to continue with Google. You can do the same, or you can, take your time to fill out your full name and all of that. It works as well. So I'm using this Google account. Okay. So this is the page that when I click on sign up, I'm brought to this page, right? So we'll be doing collaboration on this too. All right. So I want you guys to send me your email address in the chat room. Please drop your email address and all of that for collaboration sake so that you can see how it works as well. All right. So now it said, hello, technical. Welcome to your new Lucid experience. So create a blank document. That is what we want to start with. We want to start with a blank document to show you the walkthrough. There is a template as well. We can use templates. Okay, we'll look at all of these things together as well. So let's start with a blank document. Okay. Are you there? Are you on this page with me, guys? Hello, guys. Are you there? Are you on this page with me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Very good. Very good, Abiodun. Let me hear from someone from Kenya. I understand that someone from Kenya is on the call. I cannot hear anybody from Kenya. Let me know that you're following as well. Okay.
Following.
All right. Hi, Marvin.
Hello,
Okay.
sir.
Yes. It's good to have you here. Okay. So that's good. Are you on this page as well, Marvin? Are you on this page I am currently?
Yes, sir. Yes, I am.
Okay, very good, very good. So now we want to sign up. We want to have an account with this Lucid. Lucid is a cloud base. You don't have to store anything on your PC. Everything is auto saved on the cloud, right? With the free account, currently we're using a free account, right? We're not paying for this. It is free. It's accessible to anybody. Okay, so now let's start. It is asking us what is your role. I want to pick our role. I want to say what are we? What are we? We're software developers and cybersecurity experts, right? So we don't see that here. We can click others, but I mean, IT generalize all of these things. So let's go with IT. Okay. So are we novice? Are we new year? Are we a casual user? Are we a frequent user? So let's say we are novice, right? Do you want to invite coworkers to your document, or you want to, you know, or you want to send them link? We can click on invite coworkers. Let me click on invite coworkers. Let me pick one email from this provided emails. Let me go with Marvin. Let me copy link. Let me paste here. Right. It's a lot of link at once. Okay. We have Marvin at gmail.com. Okay. And I can invite you by this, and I can copy link. So guys, this is what you'll be working with. Okay. Now I'm copying this link so that I can send it to others. I don't want to start putting their right. So this is what you'll be working with on your GitHub. This is the documentation. I mean, I'll tell you how you should go about them very soon. Okay. So now let's click on next. I copy this link. Let me drop it in the chat so that everybody that is on this call as well can join in, navigate properly. I don't want to start adding I'm so sorry about that. But I mean, I was able to show you how you can add co-workers and all of that, invite them to your document. So let me click on next. So now what do you want to start with? Which IT use case would you like to try first? What we want to start with is flowchart. We can as well go with document system. We can go with model database, right? Modeling database, organization charts. We can go with network diagram, cloud architect, and many more. But for us, we want to go with flowchart. All right. So this brings us here. Now, it is asking us to pick a template. Like I said, we can use a template. You see, everything is like structured out for us already. Okay. So we have a business process already. We have flowchart. We can use all of these things. These are our use cases. This what we will be using. These are what we'll be working with. Okay. So all right. But for us now, I want to show us how we can, start it from scratch. I mean, furthermore, you can use your, what's it called, to this, what's it called, template to do your workings, your findings, and all of that to decompose your complex problem. But for us, we'll be working with the whiteboard. Okay, so let me cancel this. Now, these are whiteboard. Now, learn the basics, mama. I mean, you can do that on your own if you want to, but I mean that the purpose of this class as well is to take you through the basics, okay, and even the complex parts. I'm not seeing anybody on this place. You haven't clicked on uh, the link yet, right? Click on the link. This link right here. Click on it. It will take you to join me here. So I'll be seeing your okay. Now I can see Mo. Who is that? Marvin. Nice. Nice to have you here, Marvin. It's very good to have you here. So now let's talk about the interface. You have to understand the interface to be able to make use of it. Okay. So now I want to start with the upper ribbon. Okay, this has a similarity with Microsoft Word if you're familiar with it. So this upper ribbon is more like the Microsoft Word we have. We have we have file, we have edit, we have select, view, insert, arrange, sharp, help, and find and use feature. We have the cloud, right? Whatever we save directly to the cloud, right? So we have the font type. This is the font type. What type of font do we want to use? The font size, do you want to bold it, italic, want to underline it, we want to change the text color, want to align it, we want the text option, we want our text to be more thicker, we want it anyhow, we want subscript, we want uh, and all of that, right? So we want colors, we want to fill our boxes and all of that, our shapes, right? Our flow chart, we want to shapes and all of that. I mean, this is just, you can, take a look at all of these things when you have the time. And as well, if you did not share from that place, that part, you can as well come here, share the document, or you can come here and copy link so that they can come to this document. You see, people are already joining in. I can see 3 people right now. I can see Abiodun, I can see Adedamola, and I can see Marvin's on the call on this chat right now. Where are my people? Where are you guys? Why are you not joining in? Is it restricting you? Are you facing any challenges joining in? What is going on? We have over 32 people. We have 30 people on the call. So what is going on? Which template did you use, sir? No, I'm not using any template right now. This is the canvas. This is the pure canvas. All right. We just it's the main canvas. We're not using any templates. Like I said, you can as well go ahead and use template here. Okay. You can come here and use your template. All you have to do is to click on this. If you want to use templates, just click on it. Then there will be, you know, a modal pop up for you, and then you can select the canvas you want to use. There are varieties of canvas from the teamwork to the research to the planning and all of that. Yeah, let's maximize our time. I don't want to, talk too much. Okay, let's go to the item of the day. Why we are here initially? We are here because of my problem, and which the problem is one nodules that I cannot make. Now, how can we use computational thinking um, to to solve this problem? We want to use the component in computational thinking. We want to use the composition. We want to use pattern recognition and generalization. We want to use algorithm and want to use abstraction. Okay. So now, firstly, I like to I don't like to work with this white canvas. So what I want to do is that I want to go to the settings. I want to go to my document system. You don't need to bother yourself with all of this. I just want to change the background to maybe a light yellow, right? So just for my own sake, right? So that we can have this Canva. Okay, so now let's go to the item of the day, right? First thing first, you have to know what the problem is. What the particular complex problem you're trying to solve. You have to know what it is. So what you have to do, here is our shape. Here is what we'll be working with. Here is what will be giving us everything that we need. Okay, from our shapes to the UML class to the entity relationship, which is database and all of that, to the standards and all of that. Yes, we'll be making use of this flowchart more often because of what we need to do right now, right here. Okay, so now we want to go with the process for decomposition. What we are about to do, what we're about to solve is decomposition. Let me drag this up. What we are doing right now is decomposition. Decomposition, right? Uh, this has nothing to do. I just want to put it out there that this is what we'll be working with. Now, for the text manipulation, just highlight everything and come to this place. You can fill your text. You can make it bold. You can even give it width. You can make it bigger, anyhow you want it to go. Right? You can change the fonts to anything you want it to. Right? I'm okay with this, so I'll be leaving it here. Okay, so I just want to put this out there so that we know what we're working with. What we want to do is the composition, right? So yeah, let me change the line. We can change the line as well. You can make it this. Is it looking good? Okay. All right. Okay, now our problem. Let's visualize our problem. What is our problem? Which is one nodules. That is why we're here. Making a nodule. I mean, or cooking the noodles. I don't know. Let's just go with making a noodle. All right. So that is the bigger problem. That is the complex problem. This is what we want to decomposition. This is what we want to use the composition for. Right. So now we know that this is our problem. We cannot make one noodles, or it is my own problem. Okay. I mean, I know a lot of you can make noodles. I mean, I can cook noodles too, like I said earlier. So don't get me wrong. Mm. Okay, so let's go ahead with this. First thing we want to do is that we want to break down our problem, right? So now, what are the steps to make a nodule? Guys, I want to hear from you. What are the steps that you will take to make a nodules? I mean, our nodules experts, what are the steps you will take? Should I start? Okay, before you say you do not know how I got there. So you see, when you over this what's it called? This flowchart that you dragged in, this rectangular shape that we dragged in right here, right? When you over it, you see some lines, some straight lines, right? Some pointing lines. They are called connection. They are to connect your shapes together. So it is like a flow chart. You're telling it that from here it should go here, from here it should go here, from here it should go here. But what we want to work on right now is the composition. Okay. So am I still on the call with you guys? I am not.
Yes.
Okay, very good. And are you guys following?
Yes, sir.
It is essential you get the what's it called, a general use case of decomposition, because when you go to programming language, then easily you can just from that idea and pick that. Oh yes, oh yeah, it's just like an indomie that we're trying to cook. We just make this, we put this, and then we have this. Okay, so it is important that you get this concept as well. Why I maximize our time. Okay. So for the composition's sake, now I said we have these connections right here. We have them outside of all of these things. So I will be using this connection right here. Okay. So all I have to do is just to click on it, double click on it. No, just click on it rather. So when you click on it, you see there's a connection, there's a straight line. You can drag it to anywhere you want, okay? You can drag it to anywhere you want, okay? So let me drag it to the right-hand side. So first thing to making a noodles, making a good noodles is what? We want to have the noodles itself, right? We want to know our ingredients. Making just one noodle, we want to know our ingredients. So what is our ingredient? It is noodle, right? Part of our ingredient is noodles. I want to have another one. Want to have another one come from here, right?
Have
Another
to
connection.
put water on fire.
Water. God bless you, my brother. We should have water as well, right? So we should have water as well. So let's go with water. Water. And okay, I think we should have it here. I think we should
You
have it
have
on the
to
same
have it
line with this.
first. Water for water come
Uh,
first. I think water should
water should
come
come. Ah, you have cooked a lot of indomines. I can sense that.
first.
I can sense that. That's very good. So now water coming first, right? We have water, and then we should have our noodles, right? And we should have our noodle. Okay, like side by side, side to side, right? And what else, guys? What else? Who answered that question? Let me know who can cook indomie here. Abiodun,
Yes, sir.
you have, you
I
cook a
think
lot of indomies.
all these pots and cooking gas,
They are important as well.
pots,
Okay,
cooking
so let's
gas,
go with, yeah. So let's go with cooking pot and gas, right?
Important. Gas, yes.
and
Okay,
matches.
okay, yeah, very important. Of course, we need light. Okay, so we have now. Let's have what's it called? Um, you said pot. Okay, pot.
Yes.
No, let's drag this to the other side so that we don't overchoke this side of the thing, right? So let's have another one.
Hello, sir.
Hi, hello.
Yes, I would advise we have cooking utensil slash equipment as one category.
Instead of pot, Abby.
Yes, yes.
Okay, very good. Very good. So let's have cooking utensils. Okay.
It has already covered pot and cooking gas, right?
Yes, yes. That should do the trick for them. So
Mhm.
for okay,
Hello,
is that all? Is that all? Yes.
hello. Please, I
Hi,
guess
hi.
You
the
need,
cooking
yes.
utensils should come before the water, or you should look at the process. Cooking utensils have to be set first, followed by the water on the fire. Okay, that's
All right.
from
I feel like we are supposed to add some of the ingredients to like some
Okay,
people
it's
use
seasoning.
onions,
Let's have seasoning. Yeah. Let's
and
have seasoning.
seasoning, you know.
Seasonings. Yes. Let's have seasonings. You see, okay, should we rearrange this? Do we all agree that we should rearrange this so that cookie utensils come first and then we
I
have
think
Yes,
I
cooking
think we
utensils
should.
comes
Utensils come
first
first,
before the
then the water
ingredients.
and
It
okay.
needs
So all
rearrangement.
you have to do, okay, all you have to do is to drag, right? Drag.
okay.
Just drag to wherever you want to. Make sure where you want to drag it to is visible, right? And drop. And we want to move water to this side. Is it? Are we moving it to this side?
It should be at the middle, kind of.
Yeah, okay. Let's start from here so
Hello,
that we
sir.
have our nodes here. Yes?
Yes, I would advise, since simplification is part of computing,
Yes. Yes.
I would advise we simplify the processes and by using classification. I mean, for the
Okay.
requirements, we should just classify them.
Okay. So how should we go about that?
Um, for instance, we can we can have onions and all of that as condiments slash seasonings.
Yes. So for the sake of the time, like I said, we want to maximize the time. Okay. So yeah, I love everything you guys been saying. I love, you see, you're pumped about cooking Indomie, one noodles. You're showing me your skill that you can make one noodles. So I want the same energy when we get to programming. So that is, I want you to visualize. It is the visualization that is important. Put it in your mind. Have this at the back of your mind, like we said, right? Picture all of these things. Like you said, classification is important. So when you get to writing script programming language, okay, now part of the assignment is you cooking your own noodles, making your own noodles, one noodles, how you will go about it, right? In full structure. Okay, who answered? Who uh Infeyi, right? Is that Infeyi? Okay, it is. Is that Infeyi that said the question?
Ifeanyi.
Oh, I apologize. I apologize. I'm a
Or
Yoruba name.
not like yeah, practical.
Okay. Ink baton. All right. So okay. So that is one of the things, one of the assignments I want you to document as well. Please tell me that you've opened your GitHub account. Tell me you have already signed up and have a GitHub account ready for me. And please, once you do that, drop your
My
to
GitHub
the
account
chat.
is signed up already. So
Very, very important. Please drop your GitHub link, your profile link to the chat. Right. Right. So let's go back to making our noodles, right? So now we have our ingredients, what we want to use, right? I think noodles should go this way and water should come here. It is very important. We put water. Abi, you put noodles first before you put water? I don't know. So yeah, let's go ahead, guys. Let's go ahead. So in this visualization now, we have this. So we want to go with we want to know now we've simplified a problem to smaller, but to small problem, but they are not smaller yet. We want to still simplify, decompose this problem, making a nodule into smaller problems again. All right. So I want to go with this cooking utensils. What do I need for cooking utensils? Right. I need my pot. So I click pot plus, I need my pots. So I'll just go with pot alone for now, right? I want to go with pot alone. I don't want to, we can have multiple things. We can still have this as branches, right? We can still have pot this way. The classification that you talked about, in fine. So we can have pot this way and we still go again, click on your add another and go. We have spoon, and other things, right? But for the sake of our time, we'll not be doing that because just have the picture in your mind. I want a full structure when you're submitting your assignment. Okay. So, okay, let me go back. Please, that please mute your mic, please. I can hear, I can hear people in the background. Uh, Impact on. All right. Thank you. Impact. All right. So water. Now with water, what we are making preparation already. Okay, water. What do we need? All you have to do is click on plus. Can someone click on plus for me? You guys left already. What is going on? Abiodun is still here. So Abiodun, can you please click on this so that you can see how collaboration work? The water. Click on this water for me. Abiodun, please do that. Click on the water, just the water, over it, and then you see the line. Now a process, drop it. Let me see. Yes, that is very good. So now in the process, put how much water do we need? Just ask that question. How much water do we need? How much water? Just put it. How much water? Not too much. How much water?
Do you want us to reply or you're asking Abiodun to? Okay.
No, I'm asking Abiodun to put. Okay. Okay. Abiodun has already come to a conclusion that we need 2 cups of water, right? Okay. But we are still simplifying the process. I know you can cook Indomie. Abiodun, don't show yourself, please. What I want is how much water do we need? We have to do that mathematics together. Okay. Put how much water do we need? I know you know your Indomie very well. Mm. Put how much water do we need? Okay. So now, for nodules, we know that we have just one nodule. Can someone work on the nodules, please? Click on the nodules and put what we have. We don't need to do too much on nodules. Let me see who I can call to do that so that the place will not be jam-packed. Who is on it already? Okay. All right, okay. Go ahead. Just put one nodule. Just a nodule. A nodule, right? And seasoning. For our seasonings, we want to I want Adeshola to do that for me. Adeshola, please click on seasonings and how much seasonings. I mean, for one noodles, we don't want to pour everything. Do we want to pour everything? Some people do pour everything. For me, I don't pour everything, right? I don't know. I still don't know how to make one noodles right now, so we
I'm
are
with you,
looking.
Benga. I don't also pour everything, just maybe almost everything, but just something will be remaining.
All right, thank you so much. See, please, once you work on, please stop disturbing the interface, please. Once you worked on your part, leave it, then so that we can do this thing and get. I'll still call you. You still work on your own part as well. So everybody will get their own. So I asked who did I ask to do Adeshola to do seasoning. Are you struggling with seasoning, Adeshola? Adeshola, are you struggling with it? Don't you know how to? I mean, are you finding it difficult to drag and drop it?
Well, I just got in there, so
Oh,
the
okay.
font, the size was so small, so I had to increase it on my own page. So I'm
Okay.
still trying to add
Okay.
seasoning.
All right. Please go ahead. We're waiting for you. So now, while waiting for Adeshola, while she is working on that, let's have another person work on now
Oh,
the water,
I was
right?
able
This is where
to draw the diagram. Oh, Jesus.
who is that?
So Abiodun.
Oh, Abiodun. What was the
Yeah,
issue? You said you're
I
unable to
think
draw the diagram.
yes, the rectangle.
Are you doing it from your hand? Because I think you're the one that worked on this one. Were you not? Okay, it was Mervin,
To
right?
interrupt the distance, that's why I hold on with it.
Okay. Adeshola, the question is how much seasoning? The question is how much seasoning? All right. So now you see we are decomposition all of this problem to know what we want to do, right? We know that from here now, we know that all we need from cooking utensils is pot. For water, we want to know how much. So this is what we demystify more on. For the water, we still want to know what quantity of water we need to put. Okay. For the noodles, we already come to a conclusion that we need just one noodle, right? Because that is what we are going for. So now for seasonings, we are still Adeshola, add the full pack seasoning, madam.
Yes,
Okay,
now.
so but
Yes, now
put it as a
because the
question.
size is measured. I mean, it's measured
Okay,
for one pack. You have the seasoning
Um,
in a pack is what you are expected to use for one pack. So for someone like me, I mean, I use the whole pack. I use the whole
it's
seasoning pack. So,
it is
now,
arguable.
so
It is
now,
arguable. It
woman,
is arguable. It is arguable. That's it is arguable. But let's go ahead, please, so that we will maximize our time. But Adeshola, I want you to add that as just a question. Just put a question like it is here. How much water? Just have how much seasoning? Just only that question. We will because we want to decompose that more further. So we know which one we've made progress on, and we know which one we still need to address better. Because, for how much seasoning now, there's still a lot of questions. When you agree that you need a full pack, that it is measured, for someone like Adedamola, he will say, no, put half, don't even put anything. Do you understand? For Abiodun, I don't know how much Abiodun, maybe he will need an extra one, right? It is arguable, but we want to know how best we can cook a noodles, right? So now, for cooking utensils, we know that pots, that is already decomposed. For noodles, we know that yes, we have come to a conclusion on that as well. But for our seasoning and our water, we are still on them, right? So we want to look at how we want to decompose further. Now for water, yes, and for water now, who is changing that? Who is this? Who is this? Onko, who is this? Why are you changing it? I don't ask you to change anything. Honesty. I don't ask you to change anything. Please don't do anything when I don't ask you to. Please. You have your own interface to work with. Right now, I just want a collaboration, a very mindful collaboration environment, please. All right? Don't change anything, guys.
I'm sorry, sir.
No problem. Mute your mic. Mute your mic, rather. Okay. So making a noodle. All right. So let's go ahead, guys. Let's go ahead. So I think honesty is eager to change something, is eager to manipulate something. So let's have honesty go next. Now I want to know how much water we need, right? Let's say let's make a conclusion because we've tested it out, right? We've tried, we've do our troubleshooting and all of that. Let's say we need 2 cups of water. Just drag, honestly, go to the water part. It's asking us to try paid features with free trials. All right. Honestly, go to the water part here, right here. Just drag and add 2 cups of water. We've come to a conclusion that we need 2 cups of water. Our time is fast spent already. We can use all the day to cook Indomie. All right. So, and for our seasoning, who is here? We have Adedamola. Adedamola has not tried anything out yet. And we have, so Adedamola, please go ahead and use the amount of seasoning. Put the amount of seasoning you can put here. All right. So honestly, are you out or in? Where are you? I can't see you. I can't seem to find you. Okay. Honesty is out. We have Huawei. Anastasia, please go ahead and add the number of water we need here. Right? Adedamola is doing calculation over there. Nice one. Okay, so now, Lisa, please mind when you unmute your mic and mute your mic, please, guys. Okay. Okay, so now for our water now, how much water do we need? Right? I said Anastasia to go ahead to do this. Where's Anastasia? Anastasia, please go ahead. Go ahead, please. We don't have all day.
I'm done.
All right. Thank you, Adedamola. Anastasia, okay. Just click. You see the, okay. Yeah, very good.
Hey,
Now let's see
Eliza,
you right. Hello, yes, I'm with you.
yeah, I said under the cooking facilities, you know,
Yes.
looking at following the process, we have to set up maybe to choose maybe we want to use the gas, the cylinder, or want to use stove. So can we maybe we
Yes.
can have like a cylinder or anything before the pot, before choosing the kind of pot
Yes.
for you.
Yes. Yes, we can have that. But for the sake of our time, I'm trying to, maximize our time. We don't have much time
Okay.
before we go on you see. And we still have to touch down on pattern recognition. I mean, that one won't take much. Pattern recognition is what we are doing right here. We'll now visualize it, right? visualize them, we do abstraction, what we don't need out of this thing, right? Out of what we've decomposed. And algorithms will basically list it out, right? Step by step on how to go about it. We need water, we need this, we need that, we need this, we need that, we need this. Okay, so then we go into okay. Anastasia, are you struggling with that? Why is it taking long? All right, so for seasoning. Now for seasoning now, Adedamola has been so kind to help us with 75% of the seasoning, right? He said we should use 75% of the seasoning. All right, I mean, this is, I think we can all agree with this, that we should use 75% of the seasoning. Now, I think we've come to a conclusion on seasoning. If we can all agree on that. Uh, uh, Anastasia, you're really struggling with this thing. I don't know why. Uh, can you go again, please? Can you go again, please? Because for water, we still want to know how more, like how much should we boil the water? How long, rather, should the water be boiled for? How long till it is done, right? So let me
I'm
just go ahead.
struggling.
Yeah. Okay. Look
I'm
at how I
struggling
go about them.
to.
Yeah. Just look how I go about them. Everybody, stop.
Okay.
Yeah. So you click on this. You click on the item, right? And you click on plus. You can see this line. All you have to do is just click one click on it, and then it auto populates something for you. But right here, because of the effect that the creator of this box, this part, he removed the, what's it called, the border. He removed the color fill. He removed a lot of things. So we still work with that because we still have that as well, right? So for the fill, once you drag a color, or maybe you're working with a colleague of yours that also we like is table like this, or is a chart like this, then all you have to do is just come here, come and drag again and drop to the connector, right? So for me, I always like to see that they are inside box, right? So then you can go ahead and say how much water we need. 2 cups of water. 2 cups of water. Oh, all right. So for 2 cups of water, we want to for 2 cups of water now, I think we've decomposed seasoning, noodles. For us now, for the sake, I mean, they can still go, noodles can still go more. I think cookie utilities can still go more. But for the sake of the class, let's put our attention on water. Now, for water now, we want to decompose further. We want to have how long to boil, right? Now, when we figure out how long to boil, we want to have another one that says that how to know it is done. Do we have to taste it first, right? Do we have to taste it first, or we just know, once we see it, we know that it is done? I think this will be the
Once
end of
you see
our
the reaction of the
decomposition.
water.
Once maybe it's once the water is dried off, or
Yes.
you like to parboil yours first. Do you understand? Like a lot of people do. I don't know why you are wasting water. So let's go ahead. Let's go ahead, guys. So now we've come to the conclusion of decomposing this particular problem. Our main problem is making the nodules. Now we went through a process of decomposing all of this problem. So, but now let's look at, we've used a component in our computational thinking to do this. Now let's use the second component we'll be looking at is pattern recognition, right? Now let's say, guys, you want to make, let me have this text box, pattern pattern recognition dash generalization. Like I said, uh I'll be using these two interchangeably, right? But let me have it to be bigger because this is another step entirely. Right now, for pattern recognition, what do we have? What can we have here? We know that for pattern, of course, always we need a pot. If we want to make 2, 3, 4, 5 indomies, we always need a pot, right? And if we demystify this more further, we'll have gas cooker and all of that, right? We will always need cooking as part of our pattern recognition. So what you want to do is that you want to identify them, okay? And how do you go about identifying them? You can have, you can just pull this out. These are used for database. Uh, this is entity relationship. These are used for database. You know how you join your foreign key with your local key and your primary key rather, right? But let's make use of the field. Let's say pattern recognition. Let's say for um, making nodules, making nodules. Now nodules. Now we want to generalize the nodules. We want to know how many nodules we want to make, right? So for feed one, we want to say that we want to the pattern recognition that we see here. We see that every cooking utensils it is important to this making of noodles. So we want to have cooking, we want to have pots. Just generalize it. You have cooking utensils, uh, right? I'm trying to rush down, guys. I think I still have a lot to cover with you guys. So the other thing we have, I mean, water is important, right? But now where it changes that we don't know the quantity of water that we'll be using for making more than 2 noodles, 3 noodles. So we can't say this is recognizable, right? Or we can just do our calculation and say water times whatever quantity of amount of noodles we have, right? We can do that, but for now we will not do that. Okay. Now seasoning is important, but where seasoning you cannot generalize seasoning is because for each noodles you're using 75% for this. So that means for 2 noodles, how many percent will you be using? So you have to calculate these things, right? So for water is like I said, noodles. Now noodles is a pattern. Of course, you always have noodles to cook with, right? So let's delete this field, this last one. So let's delete this cell, right? Delete row. Okay. So now this is our pattern recognition. This is what we've recognized as a pattern, right? This is our generalization that always we need these things. Okay. So now let's go ahead with let's pull out another standard. We want to look at abstraction. What we will not be needing from this abstraction, right? And for our abstraction, uh, let me copy all of this. Let me copy it. Oh, let me copy this. Let me paste it here. Allow. I'll just edit inside. I don't want to start. Uh, so let me have abstraction. Like I said to you guys, abstraction is removing. Let me copy this as well. Copy. Let me paste. Right? Abstraction is removing what we don't need. Removing what we don't need from this uh, file, right? So we need cooking, of course. We always need cooking. But when it comes to pot, and then you're trying to decompose pot more further, you say you want color blue, blue pot. Let's say blue pot, blue pot. So you don't really need blue pot. Blue pot is not necessary, right? So this is where you want to come that type of pot is not necessary. You're documenting things. Type of pot is not necessary. So when you come here, right, and you want to know the abstraction, you still want to go further. You want to know if you want to put in the seasoning. Some people use the pepper, right? Why they will put their Maggi, their own personal Maggi. They said they don't like the taste of that Maggi, right? And a lot of things, just check the abstraction, check which one you can use, check which one is abstract, which one you can remove, which one is not important in your findings, right? So that is the process that we want to work with. Okay, are you there, guys? Is everybody still with me? Are you still following?
Yes, we're still with you. We're still with
Guy,
you.
Very too, sir.
okay, very important. Okay, all right. So all right, for abstraction, now we've no number of things that will be removing out of this particular place. Okay, so for our let's go further. We want to look at what else do we want to look at, guys? Please remind me. I don't want to go there. Hmm? The next one, the next one, the next one. After we check, after we've in the component of that I said we'll be talking about.
Generalization. Generalization.
Yes, generalization. It is here already. Come on, guys.
Algorithm.
Abstraction is here. God bless you, my brother. Algorithm. So we want to have, let's just duplicate this again. I don't want to start doing colors and all of that. Okay. So algorithms. Now for algorithms, it is important because we want to, now algorithms will tell us the steps by steps to accomplish this thing. You see, we have a rough sketch of the composition. We break these things down into smaller particles. But now, how do we go about cooking it? Is like algorithm is like you're having a recipe of how to make a noodles, right? It's just like you're having a recipe of how to make a noodles, and you have to follow them step by step, right? So let's use this for algorithm as well. Making a noodles, please have all of these things in mind because you'll be doing assignment on them as well. Maybe better still, we use programming language. We don't use making a noodles. Okay. So for algorithm, first thing you want to do in making a noodles is that you want to put your pot on fire. Put pot on fire according to what you've decomposed, right? You now pick from them from that place. Okay, put pot on fire. The second one we want to do is I want to put water or light the fire, or I don't know. What do you want to do? Boil the water or pour the water, pour water into the pot, right? Let's have our next one.
Lighting the cooking gas.
Yeah. So let's have our next one. Let's insert a row below. Right click and insert a row below. Now we have are we putting Indomie first or seasoning? That is arguable as well. You can come up with your own method, but the method we'll be going with for the class is putting
Noodles.
noodles first. Okay, noodles, putting noodles,
Sir,
putting
I'm
noodles.
sorry, sir. Please. I
Yes.
thought after pouring water into pot, we'll wait for it to boil. Or some people don't wait for it to boil.
Yeah, some people do not, right? I'm just trying to rush down things. I don't want to start demystify more better. All right.
All
But
right.
that's a
Okay.
process as well. You
All right.
see, that's a process as well. Yes. So putting noodles, and the next thing we want to do is what do we want to do? What else do we want to do? After the noodles, we want to uh cook
Seasoning
for put,
or
yeah,
onions.
thank you. Putting seasoning, right? And let's add another row below. We want to put uh now for the water, now pouring water. Now how much water do you want to pour? Like I said, algorithm is the process you take in cooking them. So for us now, we said we'll be putting 2 cups of water. Now if your indomie has a lot of water, now you know, right? Now you said we should put 2 cups, and I will try it out today. If my indomie have more water, I'm coming back to this class. All right, so for our field we have um how long do you want to cook for? Let's cook for 5 minutes, right? Cook for 5 minutes, right? So here we have our algorithms, right? Here we have the step-by-step process on how to go about the composition. right? So I said we will not be using debugging for this one, but let's see where we can use debug, where we can debug things, right? So let's go ahead. I'll pull up a Google Colab. You get familiar with it in this program while we go further into this program, right? We'll be doing modeling as well. We'll do modeling in short time. So let me pull up Google Colab, Colab Google. Let me make a search for that so that I'll get the URL correctly. Uh, Guys, please give me like 2 minutes. I'll be back in a jiffy, right? All right. Everybody, are we still there?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we
Are
are
we
still
there,
here.
guys? Okay.
Yes, Otenga, yeah,
All
we're still
right.
here.
Very important. Okay. Um, Abiodun. Okay, you're still on the call. Marvin, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Honesty.
I'm here.
Okay. Honesty. Peter. I did not hear from you anymore, Peter.
Yeah, I'm here, sir.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. So let's open Google Colab,
Thank you,
right?
boss.
Okay. Very good. Very good. Let's go ahead and open Google Colab. All right. This is just a preview. You will learn more into it, like look more into it. It is more a virtual control system. It's like a Jupyter. What we're using right now is the Jupyter interface, right? The Jupyter notebook. This is a Python. Uh, this is a Python runtime. This is a Python notebook, a Jupyter notebook interface, right? So we'll be starting with what we want to look now is I want to create a function, right? With everything that we've been
Sorry,
doing so far.
sorry, sir.
Okay.
Sorry, sir. Is it possible for us to, the way we have been tagging along, doing the
Okay.
teams together with you, to probably the link of this file or the file itself,
Okay.
so everybody can be on the same page?
Be on the same page. All right. Let me see if I can share and edit. Okay. Let me see if there's a. Let me see if anyone with the link can you view alone. Let me see editor. Okay. All right. You can be able to edit as well. Okay. So let me click on copy link and done. Okay.
All right. Thank
Thank
you
you for
very much,
that.
sir.
Yeah. Thank you for that, my brother. So let what is Google Collaborator? What is the Google Collaborator all about, sir? Okay, Google Collaborator. You see, once you get into more, once we get into this program more better, you will use something that is called Visual Studio Code. Let me pull up my Visual Studio Code real quick, right? It is an IDE editor, right? That we use to write code, um, whatever language you want to write them in, right? So this is a React code, right? With TypeScript. I was working on this, I think last night, I guess. So this is a lot of, you see, this is a lot of bunch of code. But for the collaboration sake, this is running on my local PC. Okay. So this is running on my local PC, and for collaboration sake, for the virtual control system, so that everybody can as well tag along. And for
So
the sake
today,
of the
guys,
class, I'll be using. No, Koti Debe here. Please, who is that?
okay. I just don't pay.
Abiodun, your mic is.
Okay.
Please, moderator, please mute Abiodun. We don't want to hear you. Okay, so let's go ahead. So this is running locally on my PC, right? I don't want to go to the stress of telling you how to install a Visual Studio Code, which you will do very soon on the call. All right, which you will be you get familiar with very soon on the call. But right now, let's use Google Colab for the sake of the class. So why we're using Google Colab is because of what we've accomplished so far, right? After we demystify, after we've decomposed how to make a nodules, right? Now I want to put it in a programming form. Now with the process we went about is decomposed how to make a nodules. We know that, okay, these are the steps how to make a nodules. This is where we got our algorithm from, right? We got 2 cups of water. That is how we were able to make an algorithm that says put water into the pot, 2 cups, right? 2 cups of water into the pot. How to make a noodle. Now we have a noodle, we need a pot. It is here. Put pot on fire. We need, what else was here that we need? Seasoning. We said 75% of the seasoning. Let's put 75% already. Right? Let's put 75%. Okay. So now we want to represent this algorithm in a language. Now, this has helped us to simplify our findings. We've decomposed the major problem into all of these things, into an algorithm, a process, a recipe of how to successfully cook an Indomie, right? To make a noodles. So now let's go ahead with our Google Colab. You can go ahead and change the name, right? You can go ahead. Are you here, guys? Let me see. Nobody is here
Yes,
yet.
sir.
Okay.
We are here, sir.
You can go
We are
ahead and
here.
change the name. Making noodles. Okay. Making noodles.
I'm not sure,
Making
sir.
noodles.
I'm not sure you have sent the link. Oh,
Oh, I have not.
no, you
Oh,
haven't.
okay. Sorry about that. I guess I only copied. I did not send. Let me go ahead and do that. Okay. Yeah. Apologize for that. Okay. This is the Google Colab. Yes. This is it. All right. So the interesting part is visualizing this in a programming, because this is what we will be doing more often, right? I've enlarged this so that everybody can follow along. Okay, now let's create now in programming language, we work with functions, right? Everything that just happened here, everything that just happened here, right here, we want to interpret it in a function, right? This algorithm, this structure that we've come up with, right? So now put pot on fire, pour water into pot, put noodles, put seasoning, cook for 5 minutes. Okay. So now pot is a constant, is something that is unchangeable, right? That is what constant is. We have variables, you can change them. We can have let me make example of variable. Don't worry. I believe I will not complicate things, because we've already worked on something that is relatable, and then coming here, this should give you the best ideas of what we're saying. So I just want to tell you what variables are. So variables, this is variable. You're setting something as X. You're setting a variable. Let's not go there. Let's not go there. Right? Don't let me put too much on your head for now. All right. Let me just go ahead and interpret this in interpret these are findings in a programming form. Okay, so now we have we want to make it a function, right? So in Python we put def. So these things are unchangeable, right? We have this syntax that are unchangeable. All you have to know is that to call a function you use def, right? Just know that it's not more of a question. These are when you go to beginners in Python, then you see that, oh, okay, all right, okay, all right. So, but the text, it is what we are concerned about. Now, our def, let's say, what is the reason why we are creating a function? Is to cook a noodles, right? Cook noodles. Let's say cook noodles. Okay. And now let's set attributes for it. What are we needing to cook a noodles? To make a noodle, we need water cup. We want to know the number of cups we need, right? We need the seasoning, right? We need cooking time. We want to know cooking time, how long they have to cook for, right? So now, this colon now, it is constant too. It is like already made function, right? These things are syntax, right? This one is a syntax. This one is a method that is being called. It is there. It is a rule in Python that you have to follow. There is no better explanation for, okay, why do we have this? But don't just know that when you want to call a function, you start with def. Okay. Now, this syntax, it is telling me that this is telling you that it's like you're trying to make a findings, you're trying to say, I mean, it's more like English language, right? It's more like English language when you say a boy and then you put colon. That means you want to write something next, right? Like a boy and then what, right? That is what the colon means, right? So now the colon, I click on enter to automatically put a space between my, I'm sorry, I'm lagging on the terminologies right now. Let me see our time. So now we want to call functions, right? We want to use if statement. Now we know that we want to use 5 cup of water. Sorry. Are you guys still following? I hope I'm not complicating things for you.
We're following. We're with you.
Yes.
You have with me. Very good. Is everybody still with me as well?
Yes,
Where is
sir. Yes, sir.
Adidamola? Okay. Adidamola answered already. We have Marvin. Where are you, Marvin? Anastasia.
Here I am.
Yes,
Anastasia,
I'm following.
are you following as well? Okay, very good. Very important. Okay. So, all right. By the end of this class, you even love Python. Like, oh my God, give me more Python, please. All right. For now, we have this a method that I said is static. It is unchangeable. You can't. It is the way you call it. We have cooking noodles as the reason why we want to create this particular. You see, or do I have to change this to cooking noodles? Or let me change this one to making noodles so that you know that that is what we are saying, making noodles, right? Underscore is because it does not recognize this what's it called? Python does not recognize space. Space is it's another term entirely, right? So when you're calling a whole what's it called, a whole function, you don't use space and space it like this, right? You either use your underscores, you use maybe a camel case and all of that. You will learn more on that later. Don't let me complicate things for you, like I said. So let's just go with what we have today, right? So now look at this. We have a function to create and we want to make sure that the number of water, the amount, the quantity of water, the quantity of seasoning, and the um, uh, cooking time. It's very important. Okay, just as we have it here, we have water, we have seasoning, and we have cooking time. We know these are constant. Noodles is important and fire is important, of course. We have to have that before we even try to make anything. So I want to create an if statement. We want to say if. It's like I'm telling you that if you go that way, it will do like this, or it will do like this, right? So that is what we're going for right now. It is just simple English, simple term. All right. So we want to have water, if water cups, right, is less than 5, because that is what we have here. We have 5 in our findings. We have 5 that we should pour. Oh, okay, sorry. We have 2, sorry. It's less than 2, right? And let's put the semicolon again that, okay, you should do something, right? Print, we want it to now print something, to print something on the interface and tell us that, your water is not enough, right? Let's open our parentheses. Let's put this in colon. Now, if you're interpreting text in Python, you want to put them in colons like this, right? Double quotation, you want to quote them. Now, we now say water, not enough water, not enough water, right? Want to tell them that not enough water. Come on, use at least 2 cups, okay? Right? And then let's return this. We want to return that, say, okay, so once this one is done, once the water is not enough, then return this. Okay, like don't do anything. Once this is water, once the water is not enough, don't make the indomie. Stop here. That is what we say, return. Go back, go back, go back. That's what the return means. So you see, these are indicators that these are constant. This is an if statement, it is constant, and we have this return value as a constant as well. They are methods in Python telling us that these are unchangeable. Okay, so now let's create another one. Let's jump into another one. Let's call another if statement. If seasonings. Now, seasonings, this, we are picking this. Don't forget, guys, these are our attributes. These are our parameters. These are what we are looking so that to make a successful Indomie, right? If seasoning is less than, so instead of 75, can we say, I don't want to be writing 75%, putting it in quotation mark and all of that, right? Let's just say over 10, let's say 1 to 10, and 75 falls on what, guys? 75 falls on 7, right? Let's say 75 falls on 7. So if season is less than 7, right, what should it return? Now let it print something for us. Now let's say maybe the water is enough, and then it's now get to seasoning. The quantity of seasoning that we're about to use is now less than 7. Now let us print not enough seasoning. Okay, put more until the person gets it right. Okay, now let's return. So if this go through, it will come here and check if the seasoning is enough. Now if the seasoning is not enough, I better go back, go and add seasoning. Okay, so now let's go again. I hope you're following, guys. Am I not complicating things for you? It's very
We're
important to get the
following.
basics.
Can you hear me, Mr. Benga?
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
Okay, I just want to remind you that we'll be having break for 12 till 12:30. So I'm just
Okay.
trying to put you. Yeah, thank you very
Yeah.
much.
Yeah, thank you so much.
You
I mean,
can
we're done
proceed
with
now.
okay. So when we come back from our break, we'll check enterprise architect. We see how they are reusable and all of that. Okay. So for now, these are what we want to understand very well. It is very important. So now for making our noodles, let's still go ahead. Let's say our cooking time now. We want to check if our cooking time is now. Before that, after we return seasoning, right? Let's print something to the interface. Let's say that we have, why I have function here is because I want to call one of these attributes. I have this F here is because I want to call one of those attributes. Now, boiling water, if that we are boiling, now it will print, in case this satisfy, now it will print boiling water of, we want to the quantity of water boiling 2 cups, since it is 2 cups that we say, So we don't want to like manually write it here. That's why we put 2 cup. Now, that's why we put water. What we specify, we say the 2 cups of water. Are you still following, guys?
Yes, we are with you.
Okay. Abiodun, I mean, you were following earlier. What happened? Did I lost you there? I lost you somewhere, right? Is it complex right now? Abiodun.
Yeah, I'm with you, sir.
Okay. All right. So now for this, when this satisfy, print another language, another what's it called? Another text that says
Sir, you
seasoning
only
that
wrote
will
F instead of if. Or do
no,
you?
yes, I'm trying to print something. You see, why I use F is because F2 is a syntax, is a method. It's because I'm
Oh,
putting all of these things in brackets in this square brackets.
that's why you include the F.
That
Okay.
is why I include the F. You see, when
Uh,
I'm putting just ordinary text, I don't include F here. You see, so
uh,
that is why the F is there, is to indicate that okay, oh, you are to pick something from somewhere. Okay,
okay, sir. It's gonna
I
be
love
like
that
that.
question. Thank you. So adding seasoning, teacup, teaspoon, or maybe we want to say 7, right? 7, because we set our attribute to be 7 very soon. Let's say 7 teaspoon of seasoning, right? Let's call another print statement, and we want to now check for the cooking now. But before we check for the cooking, let's just if it is cooking, if this is cooking, let me see the time. We have just 5 minutes to go. If this is cooking for so time, now cooking time, it is cooking for this minute, right? Now we have not called our cooking yet. Okay, so now let's call our cooking. Let's say if cooking time, we want to check if our cooking time, if truly our cooking time is so is what do we use as our cooking time? It should cook for 5 minutes. Okay. Now if
5 minutes.
cooking is yes
Five
is
minutes.
equal to, let's say it's uh, greater than or equal to 5 minutes. Let's use less than. Let's use less than or equal to 5 minutes. Right? Let's print something to the and say noodles is ready. Oh, this is greater than rather. Now let's use greater than. Now let's say noodles is ready. Noodles is ready. Okay. Now we have interpreted all of this in just the line of code with Python. Everything that we're doing here, we've interpreted it. All these algorithms that we've come about, we've interpreted it in line of code, just few line of code, right? So now we want to have, but what if it is not now cooking? What if the cooking, not let me complicate things. Let's just go ahead and
It's done,
say,
right?
let's go ahead. Let's say cooking now, making noodles. This variable we want to call it now. We want to recall all of these things. You see, we do not add value, we just add their names. But we want to now put these numbers, these 2 cups, 7 and 5 minutes into them. Okay. Now making noodles. For making noodles, the first one, water cup is how many? Guys, water cup is how many?
Two.
Who is there?
Two.
2. God bless you, my brother.
Four.
We have 2, right? And for seasoning is what?
75%.
Because
Let's see
Yeah,
seven.
we
It's
turned that to
7.
7, right?
Seven.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
And for our cooking time is what?
5 minutes.
Cooking time is what? 5 minutes. Now let's say 5, right? So now let's run our function. Okay, let's run our function and see what we have. If we are going to troubleshoot, okay, connecting to Python 3 Google Compute Engineer. But so far, we've been able to interpret everything. Now we've run to an error. Now this is the last part of the method, which I said troubleshoot, right? Debugging and troubleshoot. It is not on the slide you're being provided. That is why I say you need your writing material. Okay, debugging and troubleshooting. Okay, so now let's look at our code. Let's see where we went wrong with it. So you want to look, it has already highlighted for you. It is telling you that print this so, right? It said line, which line of code? That boiling 2 cup of water. That is the only thing that it returns.
It's returned
That
to
this
the
is the only thing that
space
this
now.
code see from all of this, right? So
Hello, sir.
now seasoning is not defined. So that means
Benga,
we
we're
went wrong
seeing your
somewhere. You
PowerPoint
see,
slide
we did
now.
not add X to our
Benga,
seasoning.
Return to the
Benga.
So
code.
these are troubleshooting. Let me zoom out of it. These are
Hello,
programming
sir.
troubleshooting. Why did our code not? Why
Hello.
do we have errors on our code? Why is it not running? It's because we
Hello,
need
Mr.
just
Gbenga. Hello, sir.
S
Can you hear
in
us?
our code. Now let's put X there. Okay. Now we have
Hello,
seasoning.
Benga, can you hear
Let's
us?
rerun the code.
Hello.
Voila.
Hello, Mr. Gbenga. Can you hear us? Okay, I think there was probably an internet issue just now, so let's just be patient. He will be back with us in no time.
Hello, I'm here.
We couldn't see your screen properly, and that's what
Oh
we're trying
my
to call you back.
God.
So
Oh my God.
So,
And it is
Benga, can
12
you hear
already.
me?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
can
Benga,
hear
can you
you.
hear me? Okay, so you
Yes, I
start
can.
from where you run into an error. Start
Okay.
from where you run into an error and how you made the changes, and after that, we go on break.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. I apologize for that. I did not even know until I hear this meeting is being recorded. That is when I know that. Am I still talking? I'm still on the call. All right. So let me go back. Can you still see my screen, guys? Can everybody still see my screen?
yes, we can see your
Yes.
screen.
All right. So let's go back to the troubleshooting method. So let's go back to the troubleshooting method. Now we had an error here. We printed an error out. It says that we have printing, adding seasoning, teacup, a teaspoon of seasoning, right? Now it has highlighted the error. This is the last phase of what's it called? Computational thinking, right? Interpreting your code in interpreting your findings in a readable code, right? So this is Python now, like we've went over this over time. So let me just continue from there. Now this is debugging and troubleshooting. Now, this is very important for every developer, every software developer, anywhere you find yourself in the field. And it always comes telling you where the error is, what error you're facing. Okay, all you have to do is to pay attention, attentively look for and read through those error and know where you're facing problem with. Okay, and there is even a beautiful button here that says explain error. But I mean, this is readable enough. The only thing that was printed out was boiling 2 cup of water. That means it read this part of the line. Okay, it read this part of the line. So that means this squiggly line right here, it has issue. So, and what is the issue? When you scroll down, you see that name error. Now it's telling you that name seasoning is not defined. That means we mixed this up somewhere. You see, in our attributes, we have seasonings, but here we wrote seasoning. So all we have to do is just to add X to this and run it again. Now we have everything. We have boiling 2 cup of water because we said 2 here. We have 2 cup of water. Adding this seasoning, adding 7 teaspoons of seasoning, and for cooking for uh cooking for 5 minutes. All right. So now let's say we did not now add 2 cups of water. Let's say we have let's change it here. Let's say for this one, making noodles, we have just one. It is not two now, right? Let's say we had one. We mistakenly add 1 cup of water. Now let's see what is going to print out for us. You see, what did they return? It only read this line of code that is here. What did it tell you? Not enough
One
water.
is
Use
not
at least two
two
up,
cups.
right?
Yes.
Do you get? So one is not enough. I beg. Use 2 cups of water. Now let's say we now add no water at all. Let's say zero. Uh, you still return that the same thing. So let's go to the next one. Let's say we return 7 instead of 7 now. Let's say we return only 4, right? Now, not enough seasoning, no, put more seasoning. It satisfied this because this is 2. The code satisfied this. We have 2 perfectly. Now, when it comes to this one, you now read this one, it's like, no, 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 it's not enough. It's not enough, oh, because we said once it is not 7, once it's not greater than 7, it is not enough, right? So now we now say it cannot read all of this one because it did not satisfy this. So that is what is troubleshooting. That is what we call troubleshooting and
So
debugging
we said it's
in,
less than 7. It's going to the response.
you say?
I
Yeah,
said
if it is less
what
than 7,
it's
yes.
going to respond.
If we have, it is going to say, it's going to tell you that not enough seasoning. Once it is less than 7, please put more seasoning. Okay? So yeah, that is what we call troubleshooting in programming, and that is where that comes in. So we've been able to cover computational and its component, right? I said we'll be using Figma. So when we come back, we'll use Figma with Enterprise Architect. All right, that is what we'll be looking at in the next class. Okay, so everything with this, a lot of talk, this a lot of documentations and all of that, all of these images, everything, we've been able to cover everything. The back and forth response between computer, between us and computer, between we, the writer, the developer, and the computer, the back and forth, we've been able to cover that as well, right? So relationship, where it starts from, our if statement, the if statement, where it starts from. On this, we've been able to cover it with this language, right? With this line of code. And what else? Okay. Read the symbol as well. You can use the symbol to indicate. So yeah, we've been able to cover all of these things, and documentation is essential as well. So yeah, that is that for the, so when we come back next, we are going to look into when we come back from our break, we're going to look into architecting solution with adaptive design, reuse in mind, and evolving architecture in usable products. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, guys. Please go on your break. So sorry I took 6 minutes out of your break. Please go and enjoy your break, and tell me how it goes. Okay. And be ready for your assignment because you write Python code when you come back. Okay. Enjoy. Can you guys still hear me?
Yes, Wenga, loud and clear.
Okay.
Yes,
All right.
please.
Right. Good. Okay.
When are we meant to come?
To the class and continue from. So we'd like to dive back into the class and continue from where we stopped. So Wenga, over to
Okay.
you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Welcome back again, guys. Welcome back, everybody. Okay, I'm about to share. Sorry, I don't know why my neighbor decided to do something. No problem. So, Um, can everybody hear me? Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, very good. All right. So now, like I said earlier, let's use this 30 minutes to take a look at modeling, like we talked about earlier. Because I said we should create a Figma account. So let's make use of that. Go to our Figma. Now, let me see my people on the call. Where's Marvin? Where's Marvin? Let's see. Where's Marvin? Where's Abiodun? Okay,
I'm
Abiodun
here,
is here.
sir.
Okay, Marvin. Yeah. Okay, all right. Anastasia. Not back yet. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead. Maximize our time. Okay, so now let's look at the visualization aspect of this computational thinking I want to talk about, right? So now, what you want to do when you navigate to the URL, once you're on a Figma URL, what you want to do is that you want to sign up. If you don't have an account, then try to use an application. Can you guys hear me? Am I audible now?
Yes, I can hear you, Benga.
Yeah,
And
loud and-
one more thing, Benga. So your
Okay.
session will be ending by 1:30 while we switch
Okay.
over to the cybersecurity side of things by 1:30.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Thank you. So I hope you guys have opened, you've created your GitHub account. I said if you can set up the assessment, the assignment, and also this will be a collaborative
Okay,
assignment.
can we open, can we sign up for GitHub?
Yes, you're signing up on GitHub. Yes, it's a straightforward sign up. It's computational thinking, same as design thinking in interface design. Okay, so now, like we said, computational thinking. So, computational thinking, and we said modeling as well. When you think now with what we've discussed so far, which was here, what we have here, the algorithm that is here. Now, how do you visualize it? Let's say a stakeholder walks up to you, right? A business owner walks up to you.
So we can't really hear you.
An e-commerce website, right?
Mr.
And how
Benga,
do
please,
you
can you
visualize
kindly speak up? We
it?
can't
Are
hear
you
you.
just going
Network is
to come
bad.
here after? Oh, hello?
Hello, we can't really hear what you're saying, sir.
My network?
Yes, it's very
Okay.
bad.
Hello, am I
There is
audible?
break in transmission, sir.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you clearly now.
Is it better?
Yes, yes, good, good, good.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So now, what I was saying is that now we have this, instead of this now, this is just a process, okay? And how we can interpret it in language like we just did earlier. But now, in most cases, now this is a real life scenario, how to make a nodules, right? So now, in programming language, in business question, in business use case, they don't come to you and say, please, we want to make a nodules, all right? It is just to understand the process of making the nodules, of having that idea and using it to interpret what you have, okay? So now, for the first thing you want to do when you want to create an e-commerce website, what is the first thing you want to do? Let's do a bit of decomposition. We do a bit manually. Just tell me, okay? Don't let us go into the workings of it and start. All right. Just okay. Now let's say this is, instead of making a nodal, we want e-commerce mobile application, or let's say web application, right? Now I want to decompose that problem. That we are given a business problem. They said they need an e-commerce website, okay? And let's go ahead. Let's say the first thing is what? The first thing that we have here is what? What they even said to us is we want an e-commerce site. They don't specify, maybe it is a web application or a mobile application. So the first thing you want to have here, you want to understand the problem. Okay, a web application or a mobile application. Then you will have, who is that? Who is that?
So, he's been muted.
Continue. Okay. Okay. So for mobile now, you have an e-commerce site. You first thing you want to think about that you want to
Wenga, your network is really bad. Can you hear me? Hello, Wenga. Wenga,
Yes, I
can you
hear
hear
loud
me?
and clear.
Your network is really bad. It's breaking.
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Yes.
Okay,
I guess it's better
let me
now, but
let me go and come back.
Yeah, you.
Should I go and come back?
Okay. I think you can go ahead now because it's clear. I can hear you clearly.
Okay. All right. Let me reshare again. Okay, can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay, very good.
We can.
So yes, for the, okay, thank you. So now for the application that I was talking about, I said first thing you want to have is the application or a mobile application. So now, or the login page first. Section here that says landing page. Hello, guys. Hello.
We are with you, sir.
Right here.
Okay, very good. So now, when it comes to mobile application, is it the landing page you want as well? These are constants. You see, you are decomposing the question. You're trying to get which the business question is all about. All right. So that is why we need to make this. Now, when it comes to web applications and mobile applications and all of that, you want to visualize what you are doing, right? After decomposing, after knowing the patterns and generalization you have in them, after knowing the abstractions, what you are removing, what is not necessary, right? Not to complicate your code or any of the things you'll be working with, right? Any of the tools you'll be working with. After you've removed all of these things, when you know the algorithms, right? The process you have to take in coming up with all of these things, yes, and then you now go ahead. Now you go ahead, you say you want to interpret it in a visual representation. That is why we need Figma. All right? You want to interpret that in a visual representation. You want the client to see that, oh, okay, so far, this is what you've been able to come up with. All right? So that is why we need Figma. That is where Figma comes in as a design tool. as the UI UX part of this process. All right. So now for the process, now let's go. What we want to do right now is not to get the now for Figma. When you're working with Figma, when you're working with a UI, which is user interface, and UX, which is user experience, right? When you're working with a UI, we have low fidelity and high fidelity. All right. Now, for low fidelity, it is just a rough sketch of how your process, how you're coming about all of these things, the algorithms you've structured out, how you are going to represent it in the application. All right. So for high fidelity, it is the beautiful ones you see. Let me show you one of my Figma. Okay. Can everybody still hear me? Are you guys still with me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay. Am I still audible enough?
Yes, it is. Very clear.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. So yes, for the high fidelity, now let me go back to file. I want to show you the difference between high fidelity and low fidelity. So this is what, let me go to my recent. Okay. Okay, so now let me click on this to open it. Now, let me now click on this to open it. Okay. Now, what I use right here is FigJam. And the business question was, it was for a company, what's it called? A brewery-related company. They deal with drinks, so they have to know if the age of their clients are so, if they are above 18, and how do they verify it? They have to verify with their NIN slip. Now, this particular one is called low fidelity, because everything this one is interpreting is just symbols, right? They are shapes. It's just showing you shapes, right? Telling you that, okay, this is a verification page and the text and shapes. This is not being prototyped or anything, right? You sketch the idea out for clients to understand, all right? So now you're telling them that, okay, for the verification page, I need to come up with, I want to add a verification page here, and an image here, a first name to collect their name, an email address, a box to collect their email address, and are you, and the question, are you age 18 and above? If yes, then they will have this. But if they click no, it will send them back. The button will not click submit. It will say they should go back. So now this is the high fidelity. Let me scale this better. Let me make it fit screen. So this is the high fidelity we were able to come up with, right? So, and I show this to them. So here it is what we have. The box are missing right now because, I don't have time to come up with the box on the section. So what I'm trying to say is that we have this for this. This is a sketch. This is like a skeleton of this. This is what's a visualization. This is what I'll send to clients to see that, okay, according to my findings that we have here for this, according to my findings that we have here, according to everything I've been able to come up with for the algorithms and the process I want to go about it, this is what I came up with. Now, I want to turn it to a high fidelity frame. So when you click, now where the prototype comes in, when you click on yes, this is where you are. And when you click on no, that you're not above 18, it brings you here, all right? But when you say, no, I'm above 18, no, then you're here. It asks you to put in your verification, verify your NIN slip and all of that, all right? So this, you see, we have the logo, the same thing that is here is like a skeleton. Like I said, we have one logo here, like a box here. We this logo present it. We have verification page here. Are you age? Are you so? Are you this? Are you that? Okay. Hello, guys. Are you still on the call?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Right.
Yes, we're here with you.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so that is that for that. That is how we come about this, because your assignments will require you going through all of this process, and the documentation is important as well. I want to see your algorithms. I want to see your abstraction. Now, you see, we do all of this. We've done all of this in a rough page. You see, you will start with this, then you come here, you create another file, right? You create another new one. You have pattern and recognition. You screen match that one too. You put it on your GitHub account. I want to see it on your README file. Abstraction as well. You come up, you create a new one. Now algorithms, you come here, you create a new one, okay, on your GitHub account. It is very important. So I want to have all of that process, okay? Now for the Figma, here is how we represent it in low fidelity. So for now, let's just go with low fidelity, guys. I don't want to, we only have, for this, we only have just a few minutes, all right? So now let's go with low fidelity. Now, what is the business question? Let's come up with another business question. Or should we still go with our Indomie? What do you say, guys?
Let's continue with
Hello?
Indomie.
Let's continue with
Indomie.
Yes.
Okay. So now you see, this is a new account. I'm just trying to sign up. It asks me to, what kind of work do you do? Let's say I'm a software developer, right? Okay. Where do you work? The resources. Where do you work? I'm a freelancer. Okay. Or others. Okay. Teammates, do you want to collaborate? Yeah, I have teammates I want to collaborate with. Okay. Now I can as well invite you, and I can as well make you a collaborator. But for now, let me just invite you guys. I click on the invite link. And, okay. Let me invite you in. Oh. So, where's my Zoom board? Where's my Zoom? Hello, guys. Am I still on the call?
Sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, we're still with you.
Okay, let's just go ahead. I can't seem to find my Zoom. I don't want to waste much of our time. What brings you to Figma today, using setting up for team, looking for new tools, just checking out, let's say others, and let's continue. Have you products? Yes, many times. No, it's my first time. Okay, just continue. Let's start with this starter. Okay. Oh, finished. All right, so with what I clicked on, I said we're using FigJam, right? This is the interface it offers. So this is where we can do our sketching and all of that. You see, for our Indomie now, let's say our Indomie is an application, it's a web application, and we want to come up with Indomie. Now, where will clients know where to put their, these are everything we have, and this is what we've used to interpret. We've come up with a Python code that interpret that if our seasoning is so, let's do so. But before you come up with your, writing your script and all of that, you want to visualize your action, what you've been able to accomplish with the component for computational thinking. All right. So now using this, we want to go to our what's it called, Figma, and say making a node. So let's say it's a web application. Okay. Now these are the tools we are going to use. For Lucid, we have our shapes here, but for this FigJam, we have them below here. All right, these are the tools we're going to use. Okay, so and pages and all of that. All right, so all you have to do is to hold, drag, and drop, right? Hold the shape. Here we have it. So for our visualization, we want to make use of shapes as well. We want to make use of shapes. Let's go more shapes. This is where I pick my shape. Just click on this, and then when you click more shapes, it will, when you click this, click more shape, you will have this, okay? So now, you see, we have everything as flowchart as well. But for best practice sake, I mean, you can use this FigJam to do your flowchart. You can use it as a flowchart. But, you know, organization has been using, and most of people I've worked with so far, they use Lucid app. It's like, you know, generally accepted. But you can see organization use Figma because Figma is comprehensive. So it do almost everything, right? Are you guys still there? I can't seem to find my, what's it called?
Yes, sir.
My Zoom. So I want to, you don't mind me asking every minute that, are you guys still there? Are you not? Okay.
Yes, we are still here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Yes,
Very good. Thank you. So now we have an application right here, and it's just an interface of making nodules. So let's indicate that with a text. Just click on this text right here. Click on it, drop it. Then you have making nodules, right? What the assignment you'll be working on will be an LMS site. So it is different from making nodules, all right? But it is most the same. Once you understand, I mean, so far it has been interactive. So I believe that you understand this. I mean, this is the basics. Making nodules is like everyday activities for most of us that we are bachelors, all right? So, you know, it's a day-to-day activity. So instead, just when you're making a web application, so instantly you just know that, oh, okay, it's more like I'm making nodules, all right? What are the steps I take in making this, I took in making these nodules and all of that. So how you come about the solution as well. So now let's say we, on our landing page, we want to have a bold text that say making nodules, right? Or maybe an image. Let's use this to drag the image, right? Let's say we want to have an image here coming. You can see the connectors on it as well, right? You can see when you hover over it. So you can see these connectors, you can see. So it's more the same like FigJam, what's it called? Lucid Chat. But I need to show you Lucid Chat because out there it's most popularly used with a lot of people, which you can use. They are all the same process as well. Okay, so now we want an image here, an Indomie image, right? Image. Now put in brackets Indomie because this is an Indomie application, right? We want to tell them that once they start making noodles, these are the process they will go about, right? So let's say it accommodates all of this screen. Let's change this to a curvy, a rounded rectangle. Let's use a rounded rectangle instead of this so that our application looks better in the lo-fi. Even using the lo-fi, our application still look better, right? Let me copy the text because I will not be using this anymore. Let me cut it. Yes. Let me go ahead and drop this here. Enlarge this. When you see it in the iFi, right? In the high fidelity, you see it looks more better. The curvy line will look good and all of that. I mean, like I said, the example I cited, the lo-fi for this, you can see how it is looking. There is no curvy line here on this edge. But when you're doing the iFi, you see the curving lines, you make a drop shadow and all of these beautiful things. Can you guys still hear me? Are you guys still there with me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can still see my screen.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. Is that Anastasia?
No, this is Mr.
Okay. Hi, hello, how are you? All right, so now for the boxes now, for how do we make our Indomie? Now I want to make a box, right? Let's change this color, let's say no fill. We only want the shape, and the angle should be black, right? This border should be black. We want black borders. Okay, so let's reduce this. We want it as a text box. So we want them to fill in something into it. Okay, let's say for the algorithms that we've come up with, now put fire, right? These are process. They have to input it. We are using this as an example. I'm using it to cite an example, right? So let's say we have an input. For you now, it will not just be this. That's one thing I want you to understand, right? It will not be this. It will be an LMS for specifically for Transformation College, right? We want an LMS. I want you to come up with an LMS dashboard that you can go in and learn at any given time, right? It's like, do you guys know about SMBP? SMBP site, right? Just like you can go there and learn at your space, at your pace, learn anytime you want, okay? So that is what you'll be coming up with for Transformation College as well. And you have to represent it in a diagram, how you come up with it. I want to see how you think, and so far what you've been able to come up with, okay? So that is how you will represent this one at a time. Input box, input is, you can now say, let me put text, because I'll be able to manipulate the text properly. Let's say putting fire now for V. Now for, sorry, I need to add it aside. Let me go text. Now for this, to put it inside, load the opacity. I want to load the size, right? Reduce the size a little bit. Now, let me now, this is too bright for me. Let me use the color to manipulate it, okay? Just want to use the color to manipulate that. Let me use this. Now put fire. Now, here is they will tell us the quantity of, or maybe what we've interpreted. We will not use put fire because these are the things we use our code to interpret, all right? Let's use the water, the seasoning, and the cooking, right? That will be our input because that is what we use our code to represent, okay? Don't let us start putting use fire, let them be adding put fire and all of that. Let me replace this with amount of seasoning, amount of water, or water quantity, right? So they know that they should put water quantity there. Let me duplicate this. Control D will do that trick. And then I want to have another one that says, say that the water, what else? What do we have here? We have seasoning and cooking time. Are you guys still here with me?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
okay,
we are here,
very
sir.
good. Thank you so much. And let's have cooking time, right? Seasoning, let's have seasonings, right? And then for our, the last one that we have, let's duplicate this, Control D, right? It is easier. Once you know the lucid chart, very well, you can come up with a lot of things. They are just the same. They are just the same tools with different interface. Please, somebody's mic is on mute. Please check on that person.
Hold on.
Okay. For cooking time now, we want to represent our cooking time with want them to put the time so that when they put the time, we will now tell them that, okay, oh, it is done, it is not done. We want cooking time, right? So these are input box. We use this to represent input box so that all right, let me resize this a little bit because we have a button. Let me put it here, right? So now let's now have a button. So let me still go with our shapes. Let me go rounded. No, let me go rounded triangle. Now, our shape will be, they should submit. Once they know the quantity, the seasoning, once they input the seasoning, the quantity, the cooking time, let them now submit. Now we can now have another one that will say if seasoning is not enough, right? We'll now have if seasoning, if maybe they input 2 seasoning instead of how many seasoning? 7. If they put 2 seasoning instead of 7, then we now set them back. We can now have another interface that say, okay, go back to this. It is more like what I showed to you here, right? Go back when you are not age so. Go back when you are so. Go back. Okay, so it is the same. All right, so let's not waste our time with this, but basically this is the visualization I want to see. All right, just this lo-fi. You can now be creative about it. Put a lot of efficacy. I mean, you must have been on a lot of websites. You see how a website looks like and all of that. All right, you don't need to come up with the hi-fi, right? Just this lo-fi, this low fidelity will be good. We certify the functions. All right, so that is that for Figma. I hope you guys get the scope of the whole thing. Guys?
Yes,
Hello?
sir, we got it.
Okay. I
Yeah.
don't know why I can't seem to find mine. And I don't want to waste our time troubleshooting. Okay. I want to really maximize our time. So now let's go to Enterprise Architect. Now it is our architect solution, right? And adaptive design reusability, reuse in mind, right? Whatever we are designing, we want to, like I said in the starting of this class, I told you that when maybe a client, right? Why we need to document our findings, why we need to come up with a structural document of what we are doing right now is because when you have multiple projects, right, you want to solve multiple projects, and then you've already, do the same thing. It's like pattern recognition in computational thinking, right? You can see how everything is relatable, right? We are relating everything right now. So in architect solution with adaptive design reuse in mind, right? You see the pattern. Now, your stakeholder asks you to create a landing page again for another problem or another web application, right? With your web app inside your web application, but you've already created one sometimes in the past. So what will you do? You just because this is a relatable what's it called? This is a recognized pattern. You've recognized the pattern that it's the same. Sorry, it is the same login interface. So why not just reuse the same model that you've come up with? Okay, the same structure, but now you want to manipulate it to fit exactly what the business wants. Okay, so now let's go ahead. Now, one thing I want you to know about Architect Enterprise is that Architect Enterprise framework is a structural approach that we can use to design and manage architects for our clients or organizations. Let's say organization, let's use organization for an example. They are structural approach. You have to structure things. You have to know step by step you want to take, all right? Now for business solution, before we get into business solution, let's look at, what's it called? What enterprise architect is all about, like in comprehensive, what enterprise architect is all about. You see, enterprise architect is a set of principles or a set of guidelines and a set of methodology that we use to align IT infrastructure. Everything that we're doing now, or everything that you'll be doing will be on the, what's it called? on the cloud, right? As you're designing, you'll be writing code soon. You'll be doing, cybersecurity soon. Anything cyberspace, right? They are on the cloud. Everything you'll be designing. Now we have cloud architects. We have a lot of architectural architects out there, like Field. In essence, we have a lot of them out there. Are you guys still with me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So yeah, now you want to design. Now enterprise architect is like designing. It's like coming up with a principle. It's like a set of principle rather, right? Or a set of methodology that can be used to align IT infrastructure. Okay. And we have a lot of architect framework, but the one that we'll focus on right now and the one that it's like widely used is TOGAF. All right. And what is TOGAF architects development? So with, I get to show you, right? You workings. So let me pick from this example right here. Let me pick from this example right here. Architect solution and design. We have, I think I saw one earlier. So, okay, before I pick the example, let me still tell you what it entails, how we'll go about it, how iteration works, right? So for TOGAF architect development method, it provides a structural approach for designing enterprise architects. It helps align people, processes, and technologies to achieve business success effectively, right? In a business now, what are the key things that helps a business to run? You see, people help business to run, their processes as well, and technologies. And technologies encompasses anything at all they use to run their day-to-day activities, either their email, either their websites, let's say anything at all, technologies, anything at all, right? That is what the technologies is talking about, right? To achieve business success, the objectives and goals of the business, right? So now, TOGAF architectural development method, like I said, there are a set of steps and designs and all of that. And now let's talk about their business success, like business solution. Now we have many phases in what's it called for organization in enterprise architect. We have preliminary phase. Let me write that out. I can't seem to find. Do I need to? Hello guys, are you there with me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can please kick me out, then let me come back in. Like send me out so that I can find. I can't seem to see it anyway. Like moderator, please can you kick me out because I need to write some things.
I'm on it at the moment.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Yeah, I can see. Hello?
Hello, I'm with you.
Okay, yeah. I can see now. I can see everybody. Can you still see my screen, guys?
No, not.
Okay. Let me go back and share my screen.
Yeah, we can see now.
Okay, now we can see the screen.
All right, and I can see you guys too. All right, I can see everybody. Nice to have you back. Abiodun. Okay.
I'm with you, sir.
All right. Now, the reason for enterprise architects now, let's talk about that. Now, enterprise architect is to get organization, which the framework we'll be using is TOGAF, all right? So to get organization which are people, the process of the organization, and the technologies all synced up for a maximum business success, right? Everything, I mean, in an organization, right now, as a transformation college is, they are working they are working everybody in the organization, including the GM, including the the training administrator, the web developers, and everybody, right, in that organization, they are working to the business growth, right? Everything they are doing in their day-to-day activities, why they are having this call is because of they want to accomplish a business growth, a business goal, rather, sorry. So, and their value, their core values, their mission, and their values, everything, that is what their business is all about, right? That is what they are trying to accomplish together as them as a people, right? And technologies, what technologies are they using, right? To accomplish this, they are using Zoom. To bring this to you right now, they are using Zoom, right? These are technologies they are using. Are they using Telegram group? Are you guys on Telegram group? I don't know. So that is part of the technologies they are using.
We are on Telegram group too.
All right. Right, very good. So that is part of technology they are using. What other things are they using? Can anybody come up with any tools, any technology tools that you can think of that Transformation College are using right now? Yeah?
Social media.
Social media. God bless you, my brother. Which,
Like
Telegram as well.
LinkedIn,
Together, there's
Instagram,
Facebook, and there's LinkedIn, there's
Twitter.
Instagram, there's YouTube as well, right? So these are technologies that they are using in the organization, all right, for the business sources, right, to drive the business sources. So now, TOGA framework is to align all of this process, to sync it so that they can have a maximum business sources, right? So that the company itself can meet its objective, its core values, their mission statement, right, and their vision statement, where they are going, where they want, where they see themselves a few time or a few years from now, right? So now, I said something about the people. I said something. Once you go through this document, everything I'm saying is there. I just have to tell you what everything is about, right? So now I said something about people. I said something about the processes and the technologies. Now let's talk about, we've talked about people. I've talked about everybody in the organization, and maybe some people I know or mention. I just said in abstract like what I can see on the call right now. So let's say the process now. What process do they take in accomplishing all of these things to bring this to you, live and direct right now, right? What are the processes they went about? Do they need to how do they get your information, right? These are the processes, right? Now, this TOGA framework help you to document all of these things, have this in a structural approach, right? So do they need more people for their business success for them to accomplish their business success, for them to get to their mission statement, right, and their vision statement? Do they need more people in that organization? That is where TOGAF helps you to. Now, when you're documenting all of these things, that is when you have to know which one they need right now, which more people they need. Do they need more people? Do they need more process? Do they need additional, what's it called? Do they need additional technologies? Is the current technology, the capacity, is it enough to satisfy everybody, right? Once maybe they have limits on their technologies. These are things they have to look into. These are what enterprise helps them to look into, right? What do you mean by that? Okay. All right, can everybody still hear me? Hello, guys. Are you
I
there?
can hear you. Wenga, I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
we
right.
can hear you.
Okay, very good, very good. Now we have come to the documentation of TOGAF, right? Documentation phase of this and the design phase of this particular what's it called? This particular course as a whole, right? That's why we're talking about TOGAF framework and many more. So now looking at this, right? Who are the process owner for this now? The process owners and the technologies they are using in the organization. Now, for the front office, a global front end system, you can denote just, they pitch everything I've said from this interface, right? They pitch everything. We have county office, right? Where they have offices, country offices, they have branch support, they have call centers, and they have AC open kiosks, they have customer relationship management, they have country campaigns for the marketing and sales and IT. For the IT, they have IT support person. What are the technologies they use? Did they use the web? Did they use phones? Did they use VPN? Do they use email? Do they use chat? Do they use phones? Do they use do they use any third-party application? So these are the process. You see, everything is for a purpose, for the organization to function well, right? These are designs. Now, with this design now, you now know this when you come up with such design, you know that, okay, I think this process is lagging. This process is why they are not achieving their business growth, the success for the application and all of that, and why they need to do that. So with, what's it called? If I had floating something now to go away. All right, let me just, okay, now let's create a new file, a new file. Did you get the assignment question I asked you to place? That is all you will get from a stakeholder. They will ask you to do something, no comprehensive explanation, nothing, and then you have to come up with, in some cases, you will see, business owners, stakeholders that will like elaborate more on problems for you, right? They will give you a comprehensive solution on how to go about it, right? But in some cases, in most cases, you only get that we want to do something. And you as a person in the organization, right? You as the software developer in the organization, you have to come up with a structural. Now you're using computational thinking to do all of these things, right? A computational thinking that you use in your daily activities, you're still using it again in this, in your line of work, right? So that is it. For you want to come up with this, a new file, start a diagram. Let's go and start a diagram. See our time. I have limited time, right? So let's start the diagram. All right, so for more shapes, now, you see the diagram we have here, the diagram that we have here, that was represented here, the diagram that was represented here, this that we use here, they are flow charts. But if you want something like that, the architectural aspects, right, of you just come here to more chart, right? And then you will see concerning the organization, we have AWS architecture. We have for 2019-20, let's say we want to import 2025 and everything that is inside architectural 2025, AWS, maybe you want to come up with AWS architect right now for an organization, right? So let's use this for an example. Now it's everything is populated here, right? And from the business to the owner to the application to the connection, the pipes, and HTTP, denoter, and all of that, saving money, saving skills and analytics. We have AWS Clean, we have EMR, we have the AWS Glue, we have Data Lake, right? So for us now, what do we want to do? Now concerning the business, whatever organization you have, right? So you want to start with a text, right? Let's say you have a business, let's say it's an e-commerce business, and you want to come up with an architectural structure. There is an organization, a running organization, and they need your help as an architectural, as an architect, an enterprise architect. So this is how you come up with the structure. And it's all the same that we've been talking about so far with Lucid App, right? What Lucid App offers is more shapes, which FigJam did not offer. So I would say you should, know the two as an application, and then you can use it anytime you want, right? So that is that for that. So okay, I think I think I've covered mostly everything in this, because this talks about enterprise architect. And yes, before I go, I have to tell you about the type of architect, right, that we have. The 5 components of enterprise architect. We have organizational architect, we have business architect, we have information architect, we have application architect, and we have technological architect. Now, firstly, you have to design what the organization is. Their process, their people, their process, and their technologies. All right. Now you go ahead, you go with the business of that organization. Then you define that as well. The information architect, how do they collect their information? The process the process that the information they go into collecting that information. We go with that as well. Application architect, the application they are using in the organization, we look at that as well. And the technological architect, or the technology they are using to provide the solution, we go with that as well. All right. So that is that for that. Moderator, please. Hello, moderator. Training admin.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay.
All right. Okay, brother. So please, the question, the assignment we are to do is what? An LMS application, an LMS web application. Now, let me simplify it. An LMS web application for Transformation College. And you have to document that in your GitHub repo. Now, you might ask, how do you export this out? How do you, get all of these things? You can zoom out, right? Maybe for the composition, you can zoom out and snippet short it, right? Just Shift and Window and S. Press all of that together. You get the snippet shot, and then you can drag, right? Get the snippet shot of this application, and then you go to your GitHub, in your repository, in your README file. You will now create a new file for it. You can check on how to work with GitHub, or it's like a straightforward, you create a repository, and then you give your repository a name. Please name it LMS for, what's it called? For Transformation College, right? So when you name it LMS for Transformation College, and drop your, what's it called? Your GitHub account, your GitHub URL, your personal GitHub URL, please make it public, all right? Make your repository public so that I can see it. All right, so I'll go, once you drop it, once you fill all of that in, you just copy paste into your README file, and then you give a thorough documentation of how to go about it. All right, thank you so much. That will be all from me. So is there any question, guys? Any question at all? Hello?
Please feel free to ask your questions if you have any questions.
I cannot hear.
If you have any questions, feel free to ask your questions. If it's regarding the assignment, regarding what we've learned so far, feel free to ask before we move over to cybersecurity side of things. Any questions? So we're going to assume that it was well understood today. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Bwenga. It was really interesting watching how you simplify this thing, especially by deciding to use the cooking of noodles, and this has made it a very interesting and very simplified. I remember I was telling you by the side that maybe I should switch my profession now because this is interesting. All right, so thank you very much for your time in class.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, so we're moving over to the cybersecurity side of things. Buma, I think Ayula has joined the call. Please make him a co-host. And while we do that, please let's put a round of applause in the chat room to appreciate Bwenga for his time with us in class today. If you have had a wonderful time with him, please let's appreciate him in the chat room with a round of applause. Okay, yes, let's have it coming. I can see how excited Ayomide is. Okay. All right, who else is excited? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay. Yeah, Charles, thank you. All right, so thank you very much for your time. We appreciate you. And now, without further waste of time, would like to go and switch over to the cybersecurity side of things today. And we have on the call a trainer by name Sayula. And I know we're also going to have a wonderful and swell time with you in class this afternoon. So you can, Ayola, you can unmute. Can you hear me, Ayola?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear
Okay.
me?
Yes, I can hear you. So you can take it over, please.
Okay, 1 second, please. I'm trying to on my camera. I don't know.
Yeah,
Am I
that's all
audible?
right.
Yeah, am I audible enough?
Yes, you're audible and I can see your
Okay.
handsome face. So let's go ahead.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining today's class. I know we've been on the call since around 10 a.m. So what I'm going to be doing here today is I'm going to be laying a very strong foundation on application security, cybersecurity, and how to be able to trash out the top 10 OWASP attacks. So before I start, I would like you to do one thing for me quickly so that I'll be able to know your knowledge. Or let me say, I'll be able to know the knowledge gap in this particular engagement. I would like you to tell me, what do you understand by cybersecurity and what do you understand by application security? Let's quickly use like 3 minutes to be able to talk about that. What do you understand by cybersecurity and what do you understand by application security? So can we quickly do that? Please, I'm waiting. So I'll share my screen thereafter.
All right, from my own understanding of cybersecurity is like
a way of securing yourself or your data when you are online or in the internet. While application security can be a way of securing your data from your own back or from securing your data from maybe hackers for a particular application or a particular software.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much for that. Ademola, thank you very much for that. So who else wants to give us an insight to what you understand by cybersecurity and application security? I'm very sure a lot of people know that when you hear application security, we mean AppSec. Yeah, APPSEC. So you can also call an application security specialist as an AppSec person or AppSec professional. So, you know, as we have cybersecurity, we also have the AppSec. So let us know the difference. What's the difference between cybersecurity and application security? Or do you think they are the same? Yes, let's put like, thank you very much, Ademola. So let me see, I'm going to my chat now. I'm trying to see who's coming up to help me out again. Okay.
All right. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Ifeanyi. How are you today?
Very well. From my understanding, application security deals with set of measures and methods as well as tools that are used to ensure the security of data and other related resources associated with mobile applications and any form of applications that are not necessarily dwelling on the cyberspace or internet. That's the
Okay. So you are saying that application, please, nobody should use ChatGPT for us. I'm sorry to say that nobody should use ChatGPT for us. So we just want to have an idea of what we really understand so that we're able to trash this from the basics, then we'll be able to use it to where we're really going. So I like that. So so what you are saying is that for applications that doesn't reside on the internet, that is where we have application security, right? And for application that resides on the internet, then we have the cybersecurity. Am I right by your definition?
Exactly.
Okay, thank you very much, Ifeanyi. Okay, Richard said cybersecurity is a knowledge to prevent attack in the cyberspace, while application security is about securing your company data from both in-house and external guests. Okay. Ayaku Josiah. Okay, over to you. I'm liking this.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hello.
I'm here.
Okay.
We can hear you.
From my understanding, cyber security has to do with the practice or the method with which you protect your computers, your server, network data from a malicious attack. And application security, basically, from what I understand, is like the technology you use in ensuring that these systems are secure.
Okay. So you're saying that is the tool or is the method to be able to ensure that all systems are secure.
The technology used, yes.
Okay, I think somebody again is raising up his hand. Who's that again? Marvin said cybersecurity is the act of protecting technology, processes from malicious individual. I want to believe that this particular is gotten from Google or something because it's not looking like you are explaining or expressing yourself. I want somebody to explain himself. So let me take two more people before I'm sorry to say that. I just need you to tell me from what you really have in mind that, okay, we've been hearing about cybersecurity, we've been hearing about application security. So what is cybersecurity? What is application security? And do you think they are the same? Or do you think or there's something that's different from it? Naomi said application security is a branch of cybersecurity. Okay. Until when we get to definition, we will know whether that is true or that is not true. But thank you very much, Naomi, Richard, Marvin. Thank you very much, Ayako. Thank you very much, Ademola. Thank you very much. Who's that again that joined me to be able to Ifeanyi, thank you very much. Yeah. So let me get one more person on the call before I move on. Just one more person when I move on to this afternoon's session. One more person to either contribute to what they've been saying or probably disagree with what they've been saying. One more person. Okay. So let's move on from here. Since you don't have anybody, okay, I have a message here. Okay. Okeke Shadrach said that cyber for space, AppSec for software. Okay, can you help us expatiate on that? I would like you to help us expatiate on that. Cyber for space, AppSec for softwares. So can you just quickly help me expatiate on that before I start my class this afternoon, please? Okay, can you unmute yourself? Is it possible to quickly do a typing on the group chat? Quickly. Okay, Cedric, I want to hear your view. Cyber for space, AppSec for softwares. Quickly, please. I'm waiting. Or are you not confident about your observation or definition about cybersecurity? Okay, let's move on. Yeah, once again, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ayola Diekola, and I'm going to be driving this particular session. One thing that interests me so much about cybersecurity and cloud security, or probably application security, okay, is that a lot of people don't know the difference between the two of them. Yes, a lot of people don't even know what they say cybersecurity, whether they say application security. There's some people when you ask them, what do you want to be? Like, in what field do you want to function? The first thing they will say, I want to be a cybersecurity specialist. If you ask another person tomorrow, I want to be an InfoSec, like an information security. Okay, tomorrow you wake up again, you ask, what do you want to be? No, I want to be an application security expert. Then you ask again, tomorrow, what do you want to be? They start giving you a lot of things. But this afternoon, I'm going to be cleaning your mind. I'm going to be preparing you for this class, this cybersecurity, application security, let me say cybersecurity using application, focusing more on application security. Yeah, let me put that way. So I'm going to be taking you through the cybersecurity, focusing more on the the application security. So okay, said cybersecurity is protection of information on the online space from hackers. Thank you very much. So everybody have done well. We've really said what is correct. And those of us that don't know what is correct, we are going to know this afternoon. And I like it that we're able to really come up to be able to share what we really understand, because it will even help me to be able to break it down to everybody's stage. So permit me to share my screen. I have some things that I've jotted down here. I would like everybody to follow me one stage at a time. If you have any question, you can sure ask me immediately. You can just probably raise up your hand while Madam Edith call my attention to hit, because I might not be able to see the chat, but don't just interrupt, probably just drop it in the chat section. Then Madam Edith will call my attention to it. Then I'll be here to be able to respond quickly. Don't forget, I'm not going to waste your time. I'm just here to be able to lay the foundation of what cybersecurity, application security really means. And for you to be able to go through all these classes, what are the tools that are needed to be able to prevent all these attacks that I'm going to be talking based on the top 10 OWASP, how we're going to be preventing them from happening. So permit me to share my screen. Doing that right away. Entire screen, share. Please confirm if you can see my screen. So I'll be able to move on from there. Confirm if you can see my screen.
Yes.
Yes, yes, we
Yeah.
can see your screen.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, as you all know that this particular program was brought to us by Transformation College and of Business and Technology. So I'm going to be talking to you about introduction to application security, and we're going to be looking at the top 10 OWASP attacks. So, of probably vulnerabilities. So you can call it attacks, you can call it vulnerabilities. So we're going to be looking at the top 10. And the first thing I'm going to first ask is this. I asked the other time, what is cybersecurity? We all know that whenever there's a building, or probably in an environment, there are a lot of things that that makes that particular building called a building. Some of the things that we use to call a building is we talk about the electricity, we talk about the type of blocks, the quality of blocks that are being used. So we talk about the ceiling. You want to use either the normal asbestos or you want to use POP. You want to talk about the roofing sheets. Some people say they want to use the wood tech. Some people say they want to use the normal plain what's it called? Roofing sheets. So when you come inside the house or inside the home, there's some things you call when you get inside the house, you talk about, okay, I don't want to use tiles. I want to use rug. I don't want to use rug. I want to use carpet. You know, all these things are the components of what? Of a building. So I'm going to be defining cybersecurity as what? As a broad field that protects everything that is called digital. Let me repeat that again. Everything that is called what? Digital. So some of the things that we look at that is called digital, the first thing that we need to look at is number one, we look at the networks. As I said the other time, I used a building for an example. What are the composition of a building? What are the things that needs to be in a building? So, however, in cybersecurity, what are the components of everything that is called digital? Number one, network. Number two, systems. Number three, devices. All your devices. When we talk about your device, we talk about your phone, we talk about your laptops, we talk about your tabs, everything that you use to access the internet, everything that you use to access applications, everything that you use to access your World Wide Web. And lastly, we'll talk about the applications. The applications are your softwares. They are the software that runs either on your desktop, they're the ones that runs either on your mobile, they're the ones that works on the browsers. So all these things, all these digital assets that are being protected from cyber threats are the components of what? Cybersecurity. Let me repeat that again. So cybersecurity is a broad field that protects everything digital from what? From cyber threats. And I said, what are the cyber threats? You can also say cyber vulnerability. You can say cyber attacks. So anything that protects all your digital assets from cyber attacks is called what? It's called cyber security. So let's go look at AppSec, which is what application security. Application security is also a subset, it's a subset. If you look previously, why I decided to look at Naomi's comment last when I was trying to read the comment section was because she said what was really on my mind. That is just totally what an application security really means. It's just one of the subsets of the digital assets of what? Of cybersecurity. One of the things that's been protected in cybersecurity is called what? Is application security. So it's a subset of application security that focuses especially on securing all your software applications from every form of attacks. All your software applications from every form of attacks. Permit me to do this. Every form of software application from every form of what? Of attacks. So let's move on. Let's move on. So now we can come to a total inference of what a definition of cybersecurity and what a application security really means. Your AppSec. So you can say that cybersecurity is like securing the city. You can say it's also a method, or you can say it's related to securing a building. So if you don't want to use a city, you can say a building. Why did I say a building? Because in a building, it has a lot of subsets, and I've been able to divide them into different subsets when I was trying to tell you what are the components of a building. Don't be surprised that one day somebody can just come around and enter through your burglary and pick whatever they want to pick inside your house. Somebody can even take through the ceiling up or through your roofing sheets or something and remove it and take it away. I think it's not possible. Somebody can come into your building and take your TV. Those are what? Components of a building. So what cybersecurity does in that is that how to secure all those components from any form of what? External attacks. So an application is what? Is like securing the components of a building. Do you understand? The components of that particular building. So let's quickly move on. Let's quickly move on. I'm saying that what is our take home here is that before we go to the take home, I would like to say that cybersecurity protects the world digital. Application security protects the software we use. Don't forget those two things. So cybersecurity focuses on all your network security. It focuses on all your cloud security, and it focuses on all your endpoints, all your endpoints. While the application security focuses on all your web applications, all your mobile applications, and all your cloud applications. Everything that is related to applications. So quickly, let us quickly look at why an application is application security is very critical in cybersecurity. Before I go to my take home, do you know that most of the cyber attacks that occurs happens through the application? So this will give me the inference that I came here the other time to say that every attack that is going to happen on your application is going to come from the what? From the application interface. Let me repeat that again. Every attack that is going to come through every application security or any of the top 10 OWASP attacks or vulnerabilities that we're going to be looking at today, the first line of action for every attack to come in for any cybersecurity attacks is through your application security. That is why in application security, in cybersecurity, application security is the most important. When I mean your application interface, I mean your login page, I mean your home page where you have your search your search box, where you have anywhere you have inputs. So now So most of the cyber attacks happen through what? Through the application interface. And I can tell you categorically that 90% or over 90% of all the data breaches that occur today occurs due to vulnerabilities in web applications or software applications. Funny enough, all these cybersecurity categories or digital assets that I mentioned the other times depends on AppSec to be able to what? To be able to keep them safe. Your network depends on application security. Your systems depend on application security. Your devices depend on all your application security from allowing all external parties. Example is all the hackers or any other vulnerabilities from entering into these other cybersecurity sub assets. So let me move on the take home. So as more businesses move to the cloud, you should be very sure that application security is becoming what? Is becoming the first line of defense. And to this, the cybersecurity professional is to understand that as an application security expert, you need to properly secure all your applications. And that is what we're going to be talking in these particular sessions that will be coming up in the next few weeks. So don't forget that I said I'm coming here to lay the foundation of what cybersecurity and application security and how to protect them from happening. So let's go look at the top 10 OWASP. The top 10 OWASP. So quickly, you can just go to OWASP.org. You can see the link. I can copy it for you. But let me quickly do that. Let me put on the chat. Okay. So thank you. So you can get it from OWASP.org. So everything I'm going to talking about today on top 10 OWASP can be found in OWASP.org/www project top 10. So you can quickly go there and look at it. So I'm going to be talking about everything one after the other. Everything I'm going to be talking about can be found on that website. Everything I'm going to be talking about the top 10 OWASP is going to be found on that particular page or that particular website. So what do you understand by top 10 OWASP? What do you really understand? Or what is OWASP? So say Open Web Application Security Projects. And what does it do? It's just to help developers. And security professionals do what? Number one, identify. Please keep that at the back of your mind. Number two, prevent. Number three is what? Fix security vulnerabilities in all what? Software applications. So the top 10 OWASP we are going to be looking at does just three basic things. That is, it's used as a framework to help developers and all security professionals to do what? To identify, to prevent, and to fix security vulnerabilities. Somebody will ask me, to be able to fix software application vulnerabilities or security vulnerabilities, do I need to be a software developer? The first answer that I'm going to give you is that it is very good you know how the code works. But sincerely, it doesn't matter. You don't even need to be a software developer. But being a software developer will give you an edge because by the time you are going to fix the security challenges, you'll be able to understand what are the things that are needed to be fixed. Let me repeat that again. It helps developers, number one, and two, security professionals to do three basic things to be able to identify, to be able to prevent, and lastly, to fix, find solution to what? To that particular vulnerabilities in all software applications. So OWASP provide what? A free resources. So OWASP is very free. It's 100% free. The tools are free to use, and they even give the best practice to make the internet a safer place to be. Let's move. Looking at the definition that I've given, and looking at the tools and the best practices that OWASP does, so I was able to put this particular definition into 3 sections, and that is number 1, to be able to identify. That is, you understand that before you can identify any vulnerabilities, you have to understand that the most common application security exists in what? In the top 10. We have more than top 10. We have 100. We have common 25 most common weaknesses. We have a lot of them. But the most common one that is free and accessible, and that will even prevent you and your organizations or those that you are going to be interfacing with as a security expert, is the top 10 OWASP. So before identifying, you have to first understand all the most common application security risks, and that is what present in the top 10 OWASP, and it is present in the website that I gave you the other time. That is owasp.org. You can find your way around it, or you just say owasp.org/www-project-10-10 top 10. So the second stage is that after identifying, or after you understand the most common application security risks, you need to learn how to identify and fix those vulnerabilities in the web applications. And that one brings us to all the tools that are used to detect all these vulnerabilities. You need to have an idea of what are the tools. So if I'm not a software developer, I have to understand the tools that can help a software developer or help an organization not to be able to be prone to any form of vulnerabilities. Number 3, after preventing, the next one was what? To fix. You know, I said the other time that the first one is identify, prevent, and secure, and then fix the security. And I said, before you can do all these things, you have to first understand before you can even identify. After identifying, you have to learn how that tools can help you to prevent. And the last one is to improve both the software security and overall security. That is, you need to generate a report for remediation. So the tools that you use will help you in generating the report that will help you fix that particular vulnerabilities from happening. So this afternoon, if you've not yet opened up your laptop, I'll just say, please start it up. I'll be showing you the steps to be able to set up some of these tools, so that in the next class or next session, you can be able to you can just go straight to whatever the structure that will be coming in to take you. It's going to be taking you how to use all those tools. So how to be able to identify each of those top 10 vulnerabilities. I will not be showing you how to identify them. I will just be showing you what to know before you get to using the main tools specifically. So let's quickly move to why it is very important for OWASP top 10. Why it's very important for OWASP top 10. So in 2017, something very funny happened. There was an Equifax data breach. And this particular Equifax data breach exposed 147 million. Sorry, let me try and million. Don't mind by writing. Exposed 147 million users' personal data. It exposed their SSN, it exposed their data dates, and it exposed their what? Their addresses. And what's this type of attack? It was because their patches was not properly done. They did not update their systems. Their database was not updated. The applications interface, their APIs, was not properly updated. So the hackers used this particular vulnerability to be able to steal over 147 million users' personal data. Secondly, why is OWASP very important? I have to show you all these things before I go to the top 10 OWASP attacks that was documented by OWASP, because you have to have an idea. So why? The question is why? Why do I have to ensure that all the attacks on the web, my applications, or the company that I'm going to be working for, or the organization that I'm currently working for, why is it that I have to protect them from all these threats? I have to show you all these examples so that you also can be ready to be able to protect every of the web application, every of the application interfaces that you are going to be having access to from any form of vulnerabilities. And you know, because of all these attacks, businesses lose billions of dollars to what? To data breaches. Businesses loses billions of billions of dollars due to data breaches, because by the time they are going to be preventing that vulnerability that has already happened, or that attack that has already happened, they will be spending much more money to be able to do what? To be able to fix them. So in order not to fix them, your job as an application security expert is needed. So you see that you have higher chances of even getting jobs more than a software developer in the market. Number 2 example is Capital One data breach in 2019. So this kind of attacks, I put the this number 5 on the top 10 OWASP. And what really happened was that hackers had access to over 100 million of customer records using their web application firewall. So even if as an organization you have a web application firewall, like you have a firewall in between the users and your applications or your infrastructures or your data or everything, you have a firewall that protects it. If there's a security misconfiguration, I'm telling you, what happened to Capital One data breach? Sorry, Capital One will also happen to your application or to your organization. So they stole over 100 million users or customers' records. 100 million. So you see, you continue to say, because why will you tell me that my data was stolen by hackers? At the end of the day, you'll be surprised that these things are because the organizations did not take their security very seriously. I'm going to be sharing an experience with you in a few minutes. And that was that in 2021, Facebook had a data leak, which happened because of what? The broken access control. This is the first security, the first top 10 OWASP. This is the first one on the list. So the hackers stole phone numbers, they stole emails, and they stole usernames. And this record that we had over 533 million Facebook users. Yay. Can you imagine? 533 million. Imagine 500. So that means that during that particular attack, my data, your data, all of us data on this particular call has been leaked. The attacker already have our data, because be rest assured, Facebook cannot retrieve it back. They already have it. It's already breached. The only thing Facebook can do is to do what? Is to stop it from happening in the future. And what happened was that attackers scrapped users' data, their vulnerability in Facebook, using what? Contact Importer API. For those that do, or for those that knows about API implementation and React programming, you know what contact importer for APIs really means. So that was what they used to be able to steal 533 million Facebook users because their API was not properly secured. And last thing I'm going to talk about is Marriott Hotel breach. That occurred in 2018. And what really happened was that hackers stole data of 500 million. You'll be asking, what is data? 500 million guests from the hotel. So that means that from the beginning when the hotel, so if you have lost in that hotel, because I know that some of us here will travel a lot. So probably you've stayed or you've vacationed with your family at Marriott Hotel. Know that if you were there before 2018, your data has been leaked. So now, okay, and just say what really happened here was that they stole over 500 million users or guests from their database for 4 years, for good 4 years. And this was because there was no proper security for the database and the insufficient encryption. That works for injection, SQL injection. We'll be talking about that in this. Then, when you are doing your practical, you'll be able to understand how all these things really works. I've been able to give us 4 of the major attacks. So now this gives us the question or the thoughts that comes to mind every time. You just be sleeping one day. Then somebody will just call you from nowhere. Then he will tell you, good morning, Ifeanyi. How are you today? So my name is Ayola. I know that currently you're on a training with Transformation College. And I know that I can even tell you the current thing you are doing, and I will tell you the food you are eating because I know your best food. And I can tell you the last time you visited a particular location. And I can even tell you what you did in the last few minutes. Then you'll be surprised. If I will be surprised, everyone will be like, are you a devil? Or are you God? Or are you a spirit? How come you know me? It's because I have access to all your information. So by the time I steal all this information, just imagine somebody steal your Facebook data, and all the things you've always done is recorded on Facebook. When you go to this place, you take a picture, you upload it, you mention the name of the person that is that you were with on the picture. You're able to do all these things and that. You're able to do that. You don't even have any secret. Then through that, they're able to get what you really are and who you really are. Through SQL injection, they can even get into the database and steal all the information from the database. We'll talk about that when we get to the practical aspect. So I think with that particular little scenario that I just gave now, because you start imagining, why would somebody have access to this? Something happened some times ago, which is a common example that I give when it comes to data breaches. A friend of mine had, I think, okay, just all this while, the person used to have maybe like 1,000 naira in his UBA account. Just 1,000 naira in his UBA account. So this day, he did a project, and after the whole project, they wanted to pay him, I think a sum of 1.8 million for his services. So he just felt like, It's been a long time that I put money in UBA account. Let me just give them the UBA account. And the guy sent them the UBA account. So, you know, he left it there the first day, left there the second day. The third day, do you know what happened? He just said, let me take 100,000 and go and flex. So he was having like 1.6 something million naira left in his account. The fourth day, he sent money to his family members and everything. So I think he was having like 1.56 something million. So the money was just like 1.56 million. So the next thing that happened was that when he was trying to make transaction in the evening, there was this network glitch. So he couldn't make transfer. So he just left everything. And I think he was having maybe like 1.5 million something left in his account. So the next morning, on a Sunday morning, he just received a call. Pam, pam, pam. Good afternoon. I'm so person from UBA Bank. Said, yes, what do you want? We found out that you've been trying to send money since yesterday. Okay. So what we're going to do is that we're going to help you reset your mobile app, and then you are going to. So what you just need to do is that we're going to be sending a link to you. Once you get the link, click on the link and then enter. Enter the. So it took them to the web version. By the time it took them to the web, it took them to the cloned UBA website. So when he saw UBA website and he saw everything, just put in his 4-digit or 6-digit number for his mobile app. The next thing while they were talking was just hearing pam 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 pam. So those people just said, okay, thank you very much. Your account has been fixed. So now you can try to do a transfer. Have a great day. Guess what? They've withdrawn everything in his account. You ask me, how did they get this information? It was just because some of these attacks are not only done by entering into the bank, they are done because there might just be a little mistake, security configuration, security breach, security lapses in the application, and they have direct access to whatever information of all their customers. Just imagine you have somebody having access to all the 533 million users on Facebook. What will happen? So now this will bring us to the top 10 OWASP attacks. Yes, it's going to bring us to the top 10 OWASP attack. The last one that occurred was in 2017. The top 10 OWASP that was provided was in 2017. If you check this website that I gave you, it's telling us that the next one is going to be released in 2025. Here, by God's grace, going to be released in 2025. Another set of top 10 OWASP is going to be available in 2025, this year. So if you are still living based on the top 10 OWASP of 2017, I'm telling you, you are not up to date. So now, because in 2021, they brought in more three designs. Oh, sorry, I said designs. More three vulnerabilities into it, and took some or probably matched some of them that was in 2017 together. And some of them rise up the ladder. Don't forget I said we have top 25, we have top 100, we have top 1,000. So if you really want to know, you can decide to just explore them. But the major ones that is common to almost all application developers, almost all web applications, almost all interfaces, or the common top vulnerabilities are the ones that are listed here. So quickly, let's quickly look at the first 10. The first one is A01, that's the 2021. And it came from the OWASP survey. Don't forget that OWASP is an open source platform. So it's an open source platform whereby people come there and contribute. So even if you are able to detect a new vulnerability, you can also submit it on OWASP. So it's an open source whereby all developers, all application security experts, all cybersecurity experts, everyone comes there and contributes to what are the common attacks that happen in all the applications recently. Then they bring it out as what? As the result. So let's look at the top 10. Number 1 is broken access control. Number 2, number 1, broken access control. Number 2, cryptographic failures. Number 3, injections. Number 4, insecure designs. Number 5, security misconfiguration. Number 6, vulnerable and outdated components. That was what happened to Equifax data breach in 2017. They are what? They had a vulnerable and outdated component. So identification and authentication failures, that's number 7. Number 8 is software and data integrity. Number 9 is what? Security logging and monitoring. Security logging and monitoring. Number 10 is what? Is server-side request forgery. I'm going to be quickly telling us what all these 10 OWASP attacks really means. Sorry. So let's look at the first one. The broken access control. So what does it mean? So in simple terms, it means that users access things they shouldn't. Yes. Example of this. Permit me to do this. Okay. Sure. So permit me to do this. Let's assume that the website of Transformation College is www.transformationcollege.com. So now, a broken access control is this. The only person that have access to this particular URL, www.transformationcollege.com/admin, should be the admin. That is, he has access using password, using email, using multi-factors authentication, using a way to be able to access that particular admin. But if not, once I click on www.tc.com/admin, I just go straight to that particular interface where all the administration details is. That is called what? Broken access control. And that is common to almost a lot of applications. So what to first check? When I'm going to admin, it should first take me to where? It should first take me to where I can log in before I can have access to that particular place. So if that particular section is not available there, then there's what? There's a broken access control. Don't forget that it's stopping the first one. It's stopping the first OWASP vulnerabilities. So that is broken access control. So now users logged in and get admin privilege by mistake. Like by mistake, they just have access to the admin. By mistake. So that is what? Broken access control. And that was cryptographic failures. And this was using weak encryptions, weak protections for your web application. Sometimes you don't even put any form of protection. When you ask some people, how do you check for what TLS version are you using for your site? What is your site protected? A lot of people still use HTTP. It's not protected. And they even forget to protect by using a secured protocol. Okay. For the people that don't understand what I'm saying, sorry, permit me to open up my browser. 1 second, please. Just 1 second, I'm trying to open up my browser. Okay. Now let us go to one bank, UBA Bank. UBA Bank. Let me look for. I'm not sure I've been able to check the type of cryptography, whether it's their website is secured. I want to do all those things now because as an application security expert, these are the fundamentals you need to know. Number one is that when we're talking about cryptography, we want to talk about is that particular website that you are trying to access, or that particular website that you're working on, or that particular web application or application generally, is it protected? How do you know? You know through this. Can you see HTTPS? When you have a valid HTTPS, that means it is secured. The S in front of the HTTP means secured. The S in front of the what? The HTTP means secure. HTTP means hypertext transfer protocol. So the S means what? Secured. And beside it, you will find a lock. Are you getting me? You'll find a lock. But I'm not going to be going into much of details, but let us quickly check the type of encryption that UBA is currently using. I'm not trying to do anything, but I know they are going to be using the latest one. I want to check the TLS version that they are currently using. Yes, I want to check if they are currently up to date, or probably one of us here have to go to UBA and tell them that you have a solution to their application security on their web application. So let me just say, so how do I check the TLS version? So we are going to go to the developer option. How do we do that? We press Ctrl+Shift, Ctrl plus Shift plus I, Ctrl plus Shift plus I, Ctrl plus Shift plus I. So it's loading. I don't know why my network is doing like this. Ctrl+Shift I. Okay. So go to Ctrl+Shift I on the system. So all you need to do is on this developer settings here, you need to locate the security option. The security option. Here, this is my security option here. Can you see it here? It's my security option. Can you see? Sometimes you have, based on your browser, you might be having this hamburger to be able to expand more options before you can find the security option. So all you just need to do is to do what? Click on this security, and you'll see the details of all the cryptographic what's it called? Method that is being used to protect that particular website. So currently they are using TLS 1.3. This is it here. And TLS 1.3 is the latest one. The latest one. We had TLS 1.2, which is also fading out gradually, but still valid and still in use. But we advise all organizations to always move to what? To always move to TLS 1.3 because the current is the safest one, and it is with this there are less vulnerabilities. There are less vulnerabilities. So can you see they are also using AES? Some people use RSH, so they are using AES 128. Some people use RSH depending on the kind of encryption that is used. So I think I've been able to give you as a take home for this. This is a take home how to be able to check the TLS version of or the encryption that is used on any form of site. So an encryption that is used on any type or form of site. So let me move back to my presentation. Let me move back to my presentation. I can take questions later. So the next one is injection attack. This injection attack is one of the most common one. So with injection attack, attackers or hackers, they trick all applications or apps into running bad commands. Yes, especially for your password section, especially for your search options. Anywhere you have inputs, then anywhere you have input on your website, then an attacker can use what? The injection attacks to leverage on your weakness. So what are the things that you need to do? You have to ensure that you don't store your password in plain text. We'll talk about that one later during the course of the practical. And that one is insecure design. Insecure design. That is the interface is not properly designed. You find some people, even there's code on their own page. You find some people, there's even a lot of too much of breaches. And even you that you are not yet an application security expert can even determine that something is wrong with this website. I have countless of them, but I will not expose them because of this training. And assuming we're having an hacking class, I'll be able to show you some of the things that some of the sites that are very easy to be able to hack because the application is not properly secured. That is their design interface, their interface. And I told you the other time that the first line of action or the first point of action for every attack that comes or every cyber attack is through what? Is through the application layer. I told you the other time. And what do you mean by the application layer? You mean the interface. I hope you are following me. It means the interface. Another one is security misconfiguration. I gave an example the other time. Your login credentials, what do you use? Your password, what do you use? How do you go around it? How do you go around it? How do you make sure that you don't have weak settings in your applications? How do you ensure that you are not using a default password? Some people are even very funny. You buy or you buy what's it called? You buy an application, or probably they give you an application. You are still using the 1, 2, 3, 4 that they gave you when you bought it. Some of you even buy hosting, ordinary hosting, and the password that was given when you bought that hosting 20 years ago is still what you are still using till now. And the day you are being hacked, you now be asking, it is the devil's work. It's not the devil's work. It is your work because you had a security misconfiguration. So you talk about your default, your default access. Is this what you still use? Your default password? Do you still use your default password? Do you still use your normal URL? Like someone will say transformationcollege.com/admin. Why would you be saying /admin? Even a DOS person can know that the admin of Transformation College will be on the /admin. So why not put it on something that they can never get? Another thing is that there's something that they do now to be able to ensure that we protect all the web applications from attack, is that we restrict some URL from being accessed or indexed, and that is stored on robots.txt. So by the time you are even using the application, you see some of the application that has robot.txt. It's because in that robot.txt, there are some pages on that particular website that can never be indexed or that can never be gotten to because it has been restricted. And that one is vulnerable and outdated components. I don't have to say this. This speaks to what? Speak to patching. Why are you not updating? Why are you not moving to the latest version? I showed you the other time how to be able to check the current cryptography methods. You want to check for a website, you want to check for whether they're using a secured transfer protocol or they're using their current TLS is up to date. So how do you do that? If you don't update from 1.2, 1.1 to 1.2, and 1.2 to 1.3 that we currently have, then and something happen tomorrow, what will happen? You start crying. It's the devil's work. Somebody will say most of the things that even happens to man is not even to them, it's the man, because you don't use your common sense. And as an application security expert, these 10 things are the things that should be in your common sense. So identification and authentication failures. We talk about weak logins. You don't have to factor authentication. Your 2FA is not there. Your MFA is not there. Sometimes you don't even use biometrics. You don't even know. If I even ask, before I continue, let me just ask in my chat section. Just this one question. What is the default length of a password? Or what should be the default length of a password? I know that you don't know anything about security from before now, but I want to ask that. I want somebody on the chat, please. What is the, thank you very much. Somebody said 8. Okay, minimum of 8 characters. Again, who's there again? Somebody's saying 8. Okay, who's there again? I'm seeing 8. Where is it? Chats. Okay. Okay, so it's only Temi and Deshola. Okay. Ismail said 14. Ayako said 8. Thank you very much. I know that the reason why we are saying 8 is because when we go to most of the applications and you want to register, the first thing they used to ask is that they will say, enter the minimum 8 characters. I know that's why we said 8. But there's a framework that binds or that takes care of what minimum characters a password length should be. And those particular framework also talks about what are the things that how do you write your characters? Like some people just put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Thank you very much for the people that contributed. Some people put A, B, C, D. Some people put Q, W, R, P, O, Y, U. And some just put something that ordinary can be easily guessed by an hacker. So if you want to know more about what minimum password is supposed to be used, you can search up NIST password policy, NIST password policy. Though the minimum is 8, but in 2014 last year, it was increased to 12 minimum characters. 12 minimum characters. So very soon, we will stop hearing that put your minimum character should be 8. Now it will not be 12. Just imagine you have to put 12 characters or 12 passwords to be able to do what? To be able to have access to that particular application. So this will help you. Then even the NIST password policy also tells us how often you need to change your password. Sorry, please. A lot of people don't even know that they need to always change their password every dash amount. Please, somebody should help us in the chat section. How often should we change our password? I need 1 person or 2 person. How often should we change our password? 1 person or 2 person? Let me guess. I need somebody. How often? Don't check the internet for this, please. How often do you need to change our password? I'm very sure a lot of us don't know. But let's see. If 1 person or 2, I'm waiting. Somebody said, this Islamia, 1 more, tell me. This Islamia, I'm guessing that you've been under several, what's it called? Training with Transformation College. I think so. I think so. Some bank apps are already oh wow, thank you very much, Mercy. They said some bank apps are already adopting the 12 plus password. Thank you very much. So this just happened last year. So some more banks are already complying to that particular list policy. So you can check it up. So as I said the other time, so if you look at this policy, you'll be able to guide you on how to have a very strong password or how to have a good login. So the answer is 90 days, every 3 months. You have to ensure that you change your password every 3 months. Ensure that you change your password every 3 months. Thank you very much, Mercy. Thank you very much, Slamia. Everybody that have contributed, thank you very much. So I have 3 more. I have the software and data integrity failures. That is installation of unverified or fake software updates. Yeah, some of us, you just update your applications. You don't even want to check what it says. You don't even want to know if it's something that is going to really work with your application or your systems. So this will give an attacker the what to inject malware into an app and updates. Let me give you something that is very close to this. A lot of you download videos from the internet, and by the time you are trying to download, you only went to one link. You are going to 1 million links or websites. It's just redirecting you, and by the time it's redirecting you to all those pages, mistakenly you clicked on a malicious site. Then, without your consent, you install a malware on your device. So that is software and data integrity failures. We're going to be talking about that during the course of the training. Also, we have the security logging and monitoring. You don't have anything that shows that you have alerts. Remember I said we have something now that we call robots that restricts robot.txt on all web application servers, that restricts some pages from being indexed from the internet. We also have a way to be also index all the errors that are being gotten from that particular application, so that you can be able to go back and pick it up. Most of the time, I always tell people, don't keep it for a very long time. Ensure you have a minimum of either 48 hours or you have a week interval to be able to destroy or delete whatever previous logs that you have, because the day you are going to be hacked, it might be because of the errors that's happening on your site. A lot of time it goes straight to the users while it's not being logged. So logging to is a very important risk to that can be posed to your by an attacker to be able to affect your application. Another one is the server-side request forgery. This one is very, very common too. Very, very common. And that is, attackers always allow an application to behave as if it's trying to get an information from the internal resources. So the attacker will be sending in requests into the internal data, and it's going to be fetching whatever it wants. That is SSRF, that is server-side request forgery. We also have the CSRF. That one is no longer common because of the top 10 that have been addressed. These are always categorized as high risk. The CSRF is now categorized as what? As medium, because most of the attackers will want to behave as if they are the one doing that particular thing. So we're going to be seeing all these things and how to address them in the upcoming classes. So let's quickly look at the tools that are going to be used to identify all these top 10 OWASP risk that has been highlighted: the broken access, the cryptography failures, the injection attacks, the insecure designs, the security misconfiguration, the vulnerable and outdated components, the identification and authentication failures, the software and data integrity failures. Please note this: if you come back by the end of 2025, this top 10 will have been outdated. That is why you have to always check what are the top 10 risks that is currently available. That is why you have to always do what? Scan. You have to always do what we call penetration testing to all your web application to be able to check all vulnerabilities. So let's go talk about the tools. Let me drop this link. If you have your system on, you can start preparing your question. I'm almost rounding up for this session. So if you have, let me drop this on the chat room. Where's it? Okay, on the chat room, I have where you can download the ZAP, the OWASP ZAP, and where you can download the where you can download the Bob suits. These are the two applications that are going to be used during the course of this training, So I have the zaprosy.org, zaprosy.org. Let me go there from here. So I'm not going to be installing it. It's very straightforward, very, very straightforward. So to install, all you just need to do is visit the website, and click on download now. So once you click on download now, so you pick the version that works well with your computer. So if you are using a 32-bit computer, so you can use what? Windows installer 32, you are using 64, or if you are using the x86, you can also use the the Windows 64 installer. If you are using Mac, so you are using Linux, the operating system, and whatever cross-platform package, just ensure that you click on the download, the ones that that's compatible with your system. So for this, once you are done installing it, okay, let me show you from my downloads.
Sorry, sir. Please, can you help us send the link to the
Sorry,
chat
I'm coming.
room?
I've sent it. Let me resend it again. I'm going to send it to. Let me do like this. Okay. See. So you have access to be able to do this yourself. So it's very simple. So in the next class, we are going to be talking about how to be able to use this to detect the broken access control and the cryptographic failures in an application. So we're going to be picking random applications, and if we are given the opportunity, currently I started an open source application which I'm going to be deploying very soon for people like you that want to know how to be able to detect all these vulnerabilities, how to be able to mitigate against it. But basically, it's going to be useful for programmers because it's only programmers that can identify those vulnerabilities and what they need to do to those vulnerabilities. I'm coming. I'm trying to see my downloads here. So don't worry, don't look at my download. Let's just continue. So you see, can you see Zap here? Can you see? This is what you are going to see. So assuming I can send this on your screen, I'll just send it. I'm also using the. Sorry, am I still sharing my screen? Okay, yes. So this is your Zap. So once you click on it, once you double click on it, you can just follow this instruction. There's no big deal in There's no big deal in trying to install it. There's no big deal in trying to, can you see? So Z attack was by check marks. It's preparing the install. So, and after doing that, just wait for it. Then follow the instruction and be able to do. There's no special settings. Let me cancel it. There's no special settings to be able to do that. Then the next one that we need to do is that we need to install on our system ahead of the next class is the Bob suit. You need to also install the Bob suit. So what you do is that ensure that whatever you are installing Bob suit, you are installing the community version. Ensure you are installing the community version. It's very easy to also just put your email here. I see. Just put your email here. Just put your email here and click on download. So once you click on download, we will send a link where you can download it to your email. to your email. So as I said the other time, I want to try and see if I tried to generate during the session I had yesterday. I was trying to generate I'm coming. I know you can see my screen. I want to see no. Oh, I can't find it. I tried to generate what's it called? Sorry, please. I need to stop sharing my screen. I will share again. Let me look for it. A report of the applications that are the vulnerable websites that I was creating. I tried to do that yesterday. I'm trying to see if I can still locate it. Yeah. Come with 1 second. I remembered. Okay, it's not even. Let's see. I'll just show you a sample of the reports that I had yesterday. Remember, I had reports yesterday. One second, I'm trying to see. Okay, I've seen it. Thank you. So I'm sharing my screen back so that you all will be very expectant on what you'll be seeing in the next class. So, where is screen? Share. Yeah, I do open up. What's going on with you? So I'll be showing you a sample of the generated report that was done during a session yesterday. And can see one or two of these vulnerabilities. So this is it. If you look at it, it's 2025-02-21. So open with now. Fast. Who can do that for me? So this is a sample of one of the so you can see in the alert, it says it has 2 high risk, it has 1, it has 2 medium risk, 2 medium risk low, and so on and so forth. So it was able to put it into a chart. So at the end of the day, this is what you are going to be giving to whoever you are going to be reporting the vulnerability that is existing on the web application, on the mobile application, or whatever application, or the API, yes, endpoints. So or the API endpoint, these are the results that you are going to be giving to them. It's customized for whatever you want to do. And at the end of the day, so let's quickly look at, can you see? So here I have SQL injection from the database directly. Can you see? From the database directly. Can you see? 2 counts from here. So if I click on it here, it's going to tell me how to be able to address that particular SQL server, Microsoft SQL Server, SQL injection. So if I click on this one, let's click on it so that you can see what we need to do to ensure that that is not occurring on our application. Don't forget, what is SQL injection attack? So you can start reading from here and you will see how to stop it. And what do you need to stop it? It's just to add parameter. That's the only thing. Add a parameter. So for those people that uses prepared statement, ensure that you add your prepared statement with what? Parameterized queries. Don't worry. This is not for those people that are not software application developer. Do you understand? So it's not for those guys, but you'll be able to understand what are the things that are needed. So number 1 is what? Use either prepared statement or what? Parameterized query. And that one is properly construct stored procedures. Ensure that your stored procedures are what? Are properly constructed. Last one is, sorry, the third one is what? Allow least input validation. Yes, ensure that all your input validation, they are all properly encoded. So you don't just put in direct words, whereby somebody can add special characters into your input feed. And that one is strongly discourage escaping all user supplied input. So this is how you are able to fix all these things. I remember during my session yesterday, I was able to also fix that. So by the time I finished, I ran the code and I was able to clear this SQL injection and this SQL injection from my SQL. So, and I was able to also work on this anti-CSR tokens. This occurs on the header of all your pages. I don't need to go to all this because they're going to be what we're going to be doing from the next class. So all you just need to do now to be able to enjoy the next class and to get ready is to do what? Is to download this Bob suite. Some people will call it suite. Some people will call it suit. Some people will call it suite. So anyone that you call it, make sure that you are downloading the community edition, except you can pay for the what? For the professional edition. So if you don't have money to pay for the professional edition, pending the time you become a professional, please download the community edition. Let me tell you one secret about Bob Suite. Bob Suite is what hackers use most of the time, 70% of the time, to be able to attack any form of web application. Yes, because they can be able to interface with any data that is on transit or at rest. So they can even steal your sessions. They can steal your cookies with this particular application. But because of this training, you're going to be using both the Zap and the Bob Suite. So any of the two that's being used, they do the same thing. But Bob Suite, you won't be able to have access to some things because you're not using the premium one. But Zap is totally free. The interface it's let me show you the interface before I end this class, because I think I'm done with my class, and I'll be asking for questions. Wow, I'm off time. So let me ask if you have any question before we move on, before we close today's session. So we'll be able to talk about what cybersecurity and application security is. What are the we said, okay, what are the experiences that have been had, or what are the things that have happened, or what are the what companies have already had this kind of vulnerabilities or attacks before in the past. I was able to mention like 5 or 6 thereabout, and I was able to tell you which kind of attacks that they were able to have. And I told you that cybersecurity is like the whole body of application security. And we're able to say that application security is just a subset. I would say the first place why application security is the most important out of all the digital asset of cybersecurity is because attackers or hackers use the application interface to be able to get access to your network, to your system, and to all your devices. So the first mode of attack is your what? Is your application interface. That is why, as an application security expert, you are needed. You are very, 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 very needed. So let me see. Do you have a question? Do you have a question? Let me quickly get questions from here. You can unmute your mic in 1 second. So I think I'm done with today's class. So I want to show you the ZAP interface. Okay, let me share my screen while you ask your question. Any question? Okay. So I hope you will not be finding it difficult to install the ZAP. I hope you will not be finding it difficult to be able to download the Bob suite. The Bob suite is with a E. Thank you very much, Adedamola. Thank you. So the Bob suite is with a E. So any question? So Madam Edith, I think I'm going to bring my session to a close here. I think I've been able to delve into all the fundamentals that are needed for you to kickstart the top 10 OWASPs. Thank you, Adedamola. Any question? Any question? Okay, Madam Edith, are you there?
All right. Thank you very much, Ayola. I mean, the foundation has been laid, and next week would go straight into taking the top 10 one after the other, and we start with number 1 next week. And I believe we are already in class based on what we've learned today. So please install all your applications and get ready, and make sure you join the Telegram group so you can also interact with the trainers one-on-one in case you have any challenge with installing the application. So when we come to class next week, it's expected that everybody have installed the applications needed without us having to go back and forth trying to install it. We would just go straight or dive straight into the discussion. So thank you very much, Ayola. Let's appreciate Ayola in the chat room with a round of applause. I see some people already have sent in their, that Mercy, okay. So let's give a round of applause and say say one or two things in appreciation of to Ayola rather, right? Let's do that in the chat room. So thank you very much, Ayola, for your time. You were supposed to be traveling already, but you had to stay back to be with us in class today. So thank you very much. I appreciate that, and we do appreciate that. Okay, so we've come to the end of today's class. Do not forget your assignment given earlier on. It would also be shared on the WhatsApp community and Telegram as well. So I did mention Telegram because, like you all know, we are migrating already. So if you have not migrated to the Telegram group, as you see the link in the WhatsApp chat room, please click and migrate. And the reason is because we've reached the limit we can take on WhatsApp community, and we don't want to limit anybody from gaining access to vital and valuable information as far as these courses are concerned. Okay, so thank you everyone for being in class. Take your studies seriously, read up the study materials, and when we upload the video on our YouTube channel on Monday, we would share the link so you can as well go back and rewatch and relearn. Okay, so thank you very much. Do have a wonderful, wonderful weekend ahead. Stay happy and stay blessed. See you again next week, Saturday in class. Thank you very much.
Okay, bye.
Damola, can you reshare the attendance form link? Somebody is asking. He says
All
the
right,
attendance is not active. Please check what's going on. I believe other people have filled up, but let's attend to Ifain's concerns. Okay.